I think, and if the man calls him out, well, we're not talking about a criminal here. We're not talking about somebody that's headed to trial. This brother is not headed to trial anywhere. He just writes. He writes, and he does documentaries and clips on history, on African Americans and American history and Black history, you could say. So let me digress here a bit. 2 seconds. Let me see here. Now, after this, Dan Calloway got a message from Sarnetta, because I've watched how some of the same language that they're using and similar comments that's being made, they said about this brother right here next to you on the screen. That and I'm just saying, this was the idea that Sarnetta made a comment in his video. We just played his video, and he said he made a comment about how people are saying that, you know, it won't be fair because Chris Harris is HOK, right? And what I'm saying is that, you know what? That's not a strange idea at all, because if you see what they said about this man to the left of you on the screen, right? Actually, that was not fair at all. You should look into Shaka and Dougal Kemet, my aunt forever, and he was supposed to be talking about debating, like the stage you're at right now. He was supposed to be talking about debating to Zaryak, and actually, I'm just saying, Sarnetta is not a unbiased participant. He's not fair. He's not in the middle. And
I'm very familiar with his tactics, because they were trying to do this to me ever since the inception of my YouTube channel. Okay, which was back in 2016. They've been doing this for a long time. I just felt as though it wasn't worth it, because I put in the majority of the work by myself, for me. And a lot of people that he will bring on his platforms are not doing the exact same, meaning actually going out to do their own research and then presenting it. There's just a whole bunch of slander, back and forth, yelling, arguing, and it's a shit show. Like, that's not what I'm for. But this is the reason why I charged him. And I told him that years ago that I was going to charge him for a debate. I'm not going to waste my time. You understand what I'm saying? You're going to have to pay for my time. You're going to have to pay for my attention. Mm-hmm. So he swears that he's going to be paying this time. Okay. Now, at first I told him 50K, but now he's offering a bigger number. So as long as the money hit my account, I'll be there. Otherwise, you understand what I'm saying? Like, I got other things I got to do.
Yeah, I get.
I wouldn't. Bro. And you being from DC, I'm from DC. You know we don't play that.
Exactly.
And you know how we are with these New York niggas. Let's be real.
Brother, I'm just telling you. And look, I'm just, Shaka laughing. He's laughing, but people don't understand how real it is. We with these type of things, I ain't even gonna say nothing.
Man, listen.
That's why
they've been trying to be like us for a long time, but. See, they talk fast, but we talk faster. They know what's going on, and I'm not to be played with. I'm not to be plucked around and pulled around, jerked around, paused. I'm not that type of person. I am a businessman, and if they're not going to do business correct, then I don't want my name on it. In fact, I even told Sarnetta that we're not going to do any business until I see what happens with Polite. Because Polite's name is attached to you, and I don't want my name attached to you if Polite go down, because you're not gonna bring me down with you. No, thank you.
Hey,
like,
brother.
He will be using me for a bailout, and that's not. I'm not having that.
There we go, and that's where we left off just now over on Shaka's channel. Can everybody hear me? Put a one in the chat if you can hear me. Yo, hey, Ru, what's up, bro?
Yeah, I hear you loud and clear.
Yeah, I'm you see how the Busters play this game.
I did. Yeah. So what Garfield and Robin said about Dan Calloway coming on your channel, they were just surprised.
I think Garfield, he sounded very surprised. Garfield sounded surprised. And Rob Bourne sounded a little upset, but they didn't sound upset at Sarnetta. By the way, they sounded really like they just skipped past the fact that this man Dane Calloway told Sinetta all of this, and Sinetta just never told his homies, his New York boys, his down home homies, nothing. So they was sitting out there thinking one thing, right? But here's the crazy part. Here's the crazy part. They want to blame Dane Calloway. They capping on Dane Calloway now because they don't have the balls to stand up against their own homie in their own backyard.
Yeah, the
Dane
same
Calloway
homie
don't owe them. Hey,
that's
look,
disrespecting them and telling them they ain't HOK.
exactly. He just got finished telling him he ain't HOK the day before this. Now check this out. No, nobody has to agree with Dane Calloway's position. I may not agree with his position. I don't even know all of his position. I'm just starting to get acquainted with his stuff. But that has nothing to do with the fact that they're the ones who want something from him. That's what it is. And the bottom line is that the man told him, "You're gonna have to respect me."
Yeah, he's the cash cow.
Look, whether you agree with the man or not, it's like, hey, you got to understand that you're gonna have to respect.
As long as he ain't got scammers and pedophiles and rapists around him, because if he did, we on his tail too.
Exactly. So they just didn't like that answer. They trying to skip past the fact that he put down he drew the same line that a lot of us drew. You see what I mean? And you don't have to be on the same page in terms of history, religion, politics, or anything to understand where that line was drew. And that line was drawn with Polite being going to jail, being guilty of this shit or not. And he gave him an opportunity. And he even gave Rob Bourne an opportunity to debate him. And Rob Bourne, silly ass, want to cap on him instead of look at his own homeboy in his own city where he's from and say, listen, nigga, why the fuck didn't you tell me that? See, these dudes, they don't keep it straight.
Nope.
They don't keep it straight.
They cowards, man.
They cowards, man. They are cowards, And on that note, none of us should be in line with that. None of us should be in line with it. None of us should waver. None of us should even think a second about letting folks know that that's the wrong way to do it. That's entirely the wrong way to do it. If we're going to bring people together, then you got to bring some respect too to the table to get some respect. You see, and you listen to the way them dudes cap. They so quick to cap. You know what I'm saying? It's like, yo, you only capping on yourself, homie, in the end.
It's so pathetic, man. Just like Shaka said earlier, I saw it with the captain capping Cesaria talking about Martin Luther King and just like Shaka said, what happened to Jesus? So-called, Look at all what he went through, but you trying to act like Martin Luther King was the softest ever. Just like Lil Boosie said, Martin Luther King was the most angriest man in the United States at that time. But he didn't take his anger and create more anger. He turned his anger into positive. You see what I'm saying? And that's what people don't understand, because he could have acted stupid, ignorant, get shot, get beat up like Rodney King, or whatever the case may be, or kill people, as revolutionary or whatever. But who do people remember the most? The people that
look at this comment. Okay, look at this comment. I hate YouTube keyboard warrior frauds. Yeah, me too. I actually hate them because see, the thing, they always want to cash out, right? They're never out in the communities organizing Black people to do anything, right? They never do that. And here's the thing: they if you ask them, do they want revolution or freedom, they would put their hand out and say, "Pay me, give me $1 first." You see, that's the thing about it. So let me read the comment. Dane said all this on the HOK. Well, how come your boy Garfield and dumbass Rob Bourne didn't know it? You see how fake this comment is? This makes no sense.
What he said on the HOK.
Dane said all this on HOK. Yeah, Dane said it, but that doesn't matter that he said it, because these goddamn fools apparently didn't hear it.
Yeah.
And it's Sonetta's job to communicate directly with the people he works with. Stop capping. Yo,
You know,
see, these guys, they act like somebody owes them something, and they don't want, see, when you want something from someone, that's the problem they don't like. That's the problem they have. They want something from Dan Calloway, but they have a problem with that. They feel insecure about that. They don't know how to treat someone that they want something from. Just treat the man with some goddamn respect, the same respect you would want to be treated with. I mean, if somebody came up to you that you didn't know, you don't owe shit to, that you're actually willing to engage, and they treated you like shit, that ain't the way to go about it. And that's what these dudes do. You see what I mean? It's like, what it just admit that. Yo, I tell you what,
no,
it's not my job to admit anything for somebody else that I don't know. I don't know Dane Calloway.
Be Bennett.
Baby, hold on.
Let's try.
They're trying to change the narrative now.
Exactly.
We clearly heard Dane say that if Polite goes to prison, the deal is up. Now, this is exactly the same thing that a bitch ass pussy monkey Garfield Reed said. Sorry, I was brushing my teeth. That Dane knew he wasn't going to debate. No, fuck you, Garfield Reed. You're a piece of shit. You're a piece of shit. Show us your bachelor's degree in history, bitch ass Garfield Reed. Why don't you have any smoke with Sanetta insinuating that you're a molester? Go ahead, VB. Sorry.
They all
the bottom line is that, see, this is, again, they're jumping past their homeboy, their business associate, their butt boy, Sonetta. Because here's the thing. They're mad at Dane Calloway. Why are they not mad at Sonetta for accepting the deal? You see what I'm saying? On their behalf. So it doesn't make no sense what they saying. Because on one hand, they saying they were sitting around waiting for a debate. They totally mad that debate ain't happening. So that means they were aware that Sonetta accepted the deal. Why aren't they mad at Sonetta and say, yo, dude, why the hell did you accept that deal? But they're punks. In reality, they're keyboard revolutionaries themselves. And in fact, you know, it's really crazy how people don't how people hold each other accountable. Yo, what anyway, it don't make no sense to me, bro. It don't make no sense to me, man. I'm just saying, you know, it doesn't make any sense to me, man. It got to be an easier way to communicate. It can't be that they're so surprised, but yet they knew he wasn't going to do the debate anyway. Okay, well, if you know that, why are you so surprised?
Everybody knows Sonetta ain't got that 50K.
You know what I'm saying?
Number two, they know something gonna happen with this Polite case. They don't know what, but they know he finna do sometime. So either way, it's not gonna look good.
One thing we know for sure, they're gonna keep riding Sonetta's nuts. That we do know. That's just how it's gonna be. That's a finite factor in their revolutionaryism, you know, and their keyboard action. That's going to be finite. That's not going to change, you know. So we're going to have to keep on doing our business the way they do. So the way we do our shit. So on that note, whatever they want, they could go chase Dane Calloway around all they want. My suggestion would be, if you want to debate somebody, come with a little respect. Look at how Shaka has been able to run through these dudes just based on a few small things. And that's few small things is they don't have no goddamn respect. They don't have any respect. How long did it take them to say, you know what? We need to separate from Sonetta because of this shit with Polite. How long did it take them? It took them years. You see, they didn't want
retrial.
Exactly. They didn't want to hold Sonetta to anything, not to any level of accountability. Zero. And they expect what do they expect in return for that? You see, that they out of their damn minds. You know? So I you know.
And it's only till Sonetta kicked them to the curb. They still trying to come back. You know what I'm saying? They're like
Sonetta, exactly.
Yeah,
exactly. Sonetta gonna embarrass their ass again. He gonna, you know, and he even is, you know what I'm saying? Because I mean, what can he really say about me and Shaka? We ain't kissed his goddamn ass. The rest of these dudes been kissing his ass on the
Pause,
regular,
pause.
on the regular, on the regular, and they still are. We just heard them do it again and again. You see what I mean? It's like so pathetic. I mean, what else could it be? They shouldn't be mad at us because we ain't kissing the man's fucking ass. You see, it's so delusional. These dudes are delusional, man. I don't know what to say. But having said that, I wanted to actually take a chance to listen to some of Dan Calloway's perspective. And you know, I'm still getting to know it. I don't know all of it. It's going to take me a while to know a lot of it. I would rather have him come on the platform and dialogue about his perspective, share some of his views, because, you know, I don't know what changes. You know, sometimes people's views maybe not always change, but sometimes they broaden also. So I'd like to give him a chance to come on here. I respect the brother. And I'm going to tell you something. The other thing about it is that Chris Harris made this little sideways comment about Pan-Africans, what Pan-Africans supposed to be doing. Listen, Pan-Africans are supposed to be reaching out to all their people, okay, in the first place, regardless of their religion, regardless of what nation they come from, regardless of a lot of shit. We're supposed to be reaching out to anybody that falls under that criteria or possible criteria. We're supposed to be looking past differences and finding ways to combine commonalities, find space where we can work for our fucking survival, Chris Harris. You see what I mean? So don't get so lost in fucking big-headed over the fact that you've read the Bible or that you can debate some shit about Kemet in the Bible. No duh. You know what I'm saying? No duh. You know, a lot of these dudes out there, they be debating religion, Islam, Christianity, you know, and Judaism. And they fucking think they're geniuses because they're on YouTube. You see what I mean? They actually think that. You see, they actually so stupid. They think that nobody else has had this conversation before in history, you know? And that's the thing about it. Then they get so arrogant that they want to pretend that they've actually took one fucking day of their life to help people in their own fucking community where they live, and they want to fucking run their mouth. You know, I mean, it's embarrassing. And that's another reason why a cat, I could assume a cat like Dan Calloway can actually dictate the terms, because these busters don't actually see that it's true what he said. They all get together. They're not doing their own research on shit. He said that himself. He's done all the research. At least he's done way more research on his own. These dudes just go over to one platform and they all copying other people's fucking research. If you ask me about my book, my hands was on the research myself. It's the first time the fucking research has been done. You know, and a lot of these clowns really fucking don't know what that's like. You see? So, you know, they're going to get a taste of it. So I'm not going to be hard on Dan Calloway. I don't know what his views are, but I respect what the brother said. You know, I hear things that I recognize in serious people. You see what I mean? So I just want to take a listen. First, let me read a little bit of these comments. And let me read some of these. Sorry about that, y'all. Let's see who's. First of all, Andrea, hello. Lady. Cursa Hammurabi, thank you. Hello, sister. Divinely inspired. Donnie Williams. My aunt forever. Yeah, bro. What's up? You here? Hey, Ruth's here also, of course, up here on the panel. Jelly, hello, sister. How you doing again? Donnie Williams, of course. Who else is in here? We got it. Oh, I had to delete the keyboard, the fake YouTuber. Anyway, so let's go over to it. Y'all want to say something before we check out bro's video?
I'm good.
Hey, bro, you good?
I'm good.
Yeah. I only watched a little bit of this video. I haven't watched all of it. And, you know, maybe I watched like 1/3. So I have a little bit of idea of what's in it in the beginning, but I don't know what's after, you know.
Who's that? Chris?
No, Dan Calloway. He's got one video, and it's a video. Well, he's got a few videos, a lot of videos actually, but I wanted to take a look at a few, or one in particular, just to kind of get an idea. And he said something. He had a dialogue that was pretty interesting. Hold on, where the heck is it at? Let me find it real quick. Give me 2 seconds. Sorry, 2 seconds here. I gotta look into it. Where did I put it at? Is it here? Okay, right. Here we go. I got it. So let me open this one up. Now I'm gonna pause it. 2 seconds. Turn that down. Now put it over here. Here we go, y'all. Share screen. Yeah, it's this one. This is the one I wanted to do commentary on. So let me put up the copyright thing. I hope Dane is okay with this. You know, I did send him a little email just to let him know, but I know he's busy. So, and it's kind of like last minute. But in light of that, I hope it's all right anyway. And we're gonna see. This video is called "Africans Say Blacks Are Indigenous to the Americas and that they are not from Africa." Now, I put out another disclaimer on this because you know, it's no need for people to get bent out of shape just by a title or act like they have to defend themselves all out right now just because of the video title. You know, it might be some things in there that could trigger some people, but for me, I got to tell you, from what I've heard so far, it didn't trigger me at all. Some of these things I'm aware of and I've heard. So on that note, here we go. Let's see here.
You tell my mom, Africa. My mom don't know where Africa is. You don't know what is Africa. What is Africa?
His mom would know. His mom would not know. Y'all, come on, y'all. And you don't think that's an issue? And you over here in America talking about some Africa this, Africa that. And the people that we call Africans don't call Africa Africa, nor do they call themselves Africans. You can't debunk that. That's coming out of their own mouth. Like, come on, bro.
Now, I just want to say, I don't know if the original, you know, he does a podcast, so it may not, the original clip or live, this may not be it, you know, but it may just start in the middle. So just keep that in mind.
You can't debunk it. So let's go here.
Are you sick of having issues with your webinar?
Sorry about that. Here we go. Let's see here.
Oh, see you, everyone. I'm going to drop a bomb for y'all. Y'all been doing y'all thing, man. I appreciate all the love and support, man.
Here we go.
Or when you say Africans, to me, when you say that, I think you speak in English. As me, as an African, when you say African, I know you speak in English. So first of all, Black Americans in US, whatever, okay, seems like you are a little bit confused about Africa and other stuff.
Hold on. Listen. Black Americans, it seems like you're a little bit confused about Africa and other stuff.
So, Black Americans,
talk to them
in US, whatever, okay, seems like you are a little bit confused about Africa and other stuff. Because when you say Africa, first of all, what you have to know that you speak in English.
You got to know that.
So if you have any question, the question will be like, what Africans we call
African? Woo! That's the question. Listen, The quality of your life is based on the quality of the questions you ask.
Set it on fire. Fire.
What Africans we call African? Let's go back.
The question will be like, what Africans we call African? Okay. Now, you know that Africa is not only one country. Okay. Africa is many, many countries. Okay. But every country have a name that they call Africa. Every country. Okay. Every country have the name that they call Africa. Okay. Okay. For instance, what Ghana call Africa?
Now, this blew my mind. Okay.
Now I'm gonna stop it right here, and I know where he's going with this, and I agree with it 100%. And the thing, I mean, I'm talking about this one point. He's going to explain, and I've had this conversation with a lot of people, but from a Pan-African perspective, you know, and debating. Guess what? Debating people that say the original name of Africa was a Kebulon. And it's like, and I've been saying I've said it 1,000 times. How can you expect a continent with 2,000 languages to have one term for a continent? It doesn't make sense.
Yeah, and they would playing because regardless of what it was called or what they call themselves, that doesn't mean that people in America or wherever in the Caribbean doesn't have descendant from that particular landmass.
Say that again one more time. Sorry, just want to make sure.
Just because they don't call themselves that doesn't mean that you are not connected to the people on the landmass.
Oh, not at all. Exactly. And that's another thing. See that I don't want to go too fast though, hey Ru, but I agree with that 100%. But yeah, just on this one point, you know, it doesn't make us different. You know, that's what I wanted to illustrate. I mean, regardless of what Dane Calloway's position is, on this one point, we're the same. You see what I mean? A Pan-African, right, like myself, has that exact same opinion. So I'm still with it on this part. You know, I'm still with it here. Whereas though there's a lot of so-called Pan-Africans, they not with this right here. They will sit around and be like, no, the original name, it's 2023, and they talking about the original name of Africa was a Kebulon. You know, when you know, come on, if you know anything about Africa, you know they got over 2,000 languages. How could there be one name? So he's right. Pan-Africans shouldn't be saying that. It's erroneous, you know. But in any case, let's hear some more.
Okay, this blew my mind when he told me what Ghana calls Africa. Hold on.
Every country have the name that they call Africa. Okay? Okay, for instance, what Ghana call Africa? Ghana call Africa a Bibli.
Whoa.
Okay, for instance.
One more time.
What Ghana call Africa? Ghana call Africa a Bibli.
Ghana call Africa a bliblum. That's a bliblum. Sound anywhere close to Africa.
Well, I'm just gonna pause it right there again.
Yeah, that's ridiculous, bro. That's not even English.
Well,
of course they're not gonna be saying Africa. Like,
yeah, I get that part though. But he's saying that this is what I'm gonna listen some more. But to my knowledge, you know, and from my personal friends from Ghana, you know, Ghana doesn't have one language. It doesn't have one ethnicity. So that's the thing about that comment right there, where I just want to keep it real at. So I'm a little curious about that. It leads me, I'm going to look into more to it because I don't know. The natural question I would have is, what language is he speaking? What Ghanaian language? And keep in mind, when somebody says Ghanaian language, it doesn't mean that same language is not spoken in another nation next to Ghana. You see what I mean? So or multiple nations next to Ghana. You see what I'm saying? So yeah, I just wanted to bring that up. Yo, is Divinely Inspired here? Is Divinely Inspired in the house? Yo, brother, come up here. Do me a favor, hop up here. I'm curious on what you think about that also. And anybody else who wants to hop up who knows a little bit about Ghana. But let's keep it rolling. But that's not a big difference. I'm just pointing that out because it's relevant. It's relevant, and we're talking about languages, and the brother said that. So he mentioned in Ghana. I think it would be better if he also stipulated what language he's talking about, what ethnicity in Ghana.
Africa. Listen. It's over, man. And these Pan-Africans don't want to talk about this stuff. They don't want to talk like this.
Ghana called Africa a bibli.
A blib. Wow.
Okay.
Wow.
So right now, if you tell my mom, okay, my mom is old. If you tell my mom Africa, my mom don't know where Africa is.
Woo.
You don't know what is Africa. What is Africa?
His mom would know. His mom would not know. Y'all, come on, y'all. And you don't think that's an issue? And you over here in America talking about some Africa this, Africa that. And the people that we call Africans don't call Africa Africa, nor do they call themselves Africans. You can't debunk that. That's coming out of their own mouth. Like, come on, bruh. You can't debunk it.
Well, I'm not exactly sure what he means by that they don't call themselves African in their native tongues. Yeah,
and that's, you see what I'm saying? Like V Bennett, I will tell you, I used to listen to him a little bit, but everything, bro, is just antics and dramatic, and like, bro, it's like with his chest out, and like, his argument, that ain't no argument there, bro. It's like, what's the big deal? They be acting like they shaking something, they moving something with their argument. Like, that doesn't discredit you being descendant from the same motherland. Like, you know what I'm saying? It don't make no sense to me. But go ahead.
See, well,
go ahead,
up,
this part. Hey, brother.
Peace, peace, family. What's happening?
Good.
The thing is that you hit a point there. What people does he represent? Is it a Khan? Is it he's speaking like Fanti? Like from which perspective is he speaking? So the thing is that did the Ghanaian or these people have a word for unified Africa, for all of Africa?
Right.
So from the north to the south to the east to the west, all of it? No. Like when you look at Africa most likely is from Ifriqiya. It's like a Berber word.
Mm-hmm.
So after when you had Leo Africanus, right? The one who conquered. He wasn't born that, right?
Right.
So, but he took Africanus as a trophy name after defeating the Carthaginians, right?
Right. Yeah.
So he took that name, and which language did the Carthaginians speak, right? So the thing is, that's where he got Ifriqiya from, most likely.
Right.
Right. Africanus, or Rome, or Latin Africanus, right? But the thing is, and so that part of Africa stuck. It's a misnomer, what have you, right? For the whole, for the whole mass, but it's stuck nonetheless.
Mm-hmm.
So when because even Dr. Chris Ehret, he agreed with that, actually, with that hypothesis that it comes from Africa, which would be Berber.
Mm-hmm.
So, but the thing is that I'm not gonna, you know, if people don't know, you know, their beliefs, you know, like these Aboriginals' beliefs. You know, I'm not gonna say anything. You can just play the whole thing, but but I think this is all a moot point because it's like semantics. Because now we know it's called Africa. That's what we call it now.
Well,
And
you know, yeah, that's true. That's what we call it now. Go ahead,
right.
go ahead.
And
Yep.
and if you ask somebody, hey, brother or sister, like, where are you from? You know, they'll say, I'm from Africa.
Mhm.
Then no, which people are you from? Then they'll tell you, oh, I'm Yoruba, I'm Igbo, blah 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 blah.
Right. They'll tell you what nation. Yeah.
Right. Because believe it or not, they don't expect for us to know.
No, they don't. I mean, not the ones that I've encountered. You know.
Right.
Go ahead. Keep
So
going.
that's it in a nutshell. You know,
Yeah, and with all that said, my daughter hairdresser is from Africa, and when I asked them where they from, because I thought they were from Haiti, they told me they from Africa, and they Muslim. So trust me, not especially the people in their 60s, 50s, and down. That's what they, even if you go into detail, like he said, they'll tell you where they're from, but worldwide, nationwide, that's what they call it today.
Right. But
Yeah.
what I like about this perspective, though, most want to argue if you call them African, right? If what I like about this perspective, though, however, is this is our response. This is not, somebody else's response. This is our response. And in a way, it depends on who you are, how you respond. Right. And so I like the fact that he's challenging people on that, because believe it or not, there are people that would say, I'm not dissonant. Sure. If you are African descent and you're in the diaspora, just knowing that is a blessing, given the fact that it's been stripped away and in the most horrible way. Right. So just knowing that is a fantastic thing, but it also creates a challenge when someone comes along later and wants you to stand on that, and you don't have information really to back it up. Nothing else but just Africa. It confuses people. So I like the fact that he's challenging people on this. But yeah, that's how I would respond to it. But let's keep it rolling. And see. There's some more to this that I've seen, and it's interesting. And again, there's some parts I agree with though too, and that's why I'm playing this, because I want to find I like to have to point at the things we agree with, and not always what we don't agree on, because I'm sure he's going to come at some point later and have some perspective that's not in the videos. You see what I mean? So to back these points up. So let's see.
So let's go.
Oops. Commercial time. 2 seconds. Boom. All right, let's go again.
Yo, what is up, guys? It's African Reacts here, and today I wanted to talk about a topic that I saw on YouTube and other
the Pan-Africans, they got so mad at me because I put this out, but he was telling the truth. And and they not the only one. You know how many Africans be begging to come on here to tell y'all what's up. And I'd be like, yo, just get on camera. Just tell it. Send it to me. I'll post it.
Here, and today I wanted to talk about a topic that I saw on YouTube and other platforms too, from this guy named Dane Calloway and other YouTubers too, but mainly from Dane Calloway. And I just wanted to give like an African side on it, or an African perspective, whatever you want to call it. And I actually agree with this guy on what he's talking about. And the main
Now, this, this is one important thing. This guy agrees with some of what Dan Calloway says, and he's going to explain what he agrees about. And no matter what our response is, I think it's very significant to note that at least this guy agrees, because it tells you a lot about maybe one perspective coming out of Africa when looking at African Americans. It's there. It's got to be there. And this is one of the brothers that he's sharing his perspective. It's not the only perspective, but it's his.
Point is that Black Americans are actually indigenous or native to the Americas. I agree with this guy 100%, not like 100, but 100%. The points he actually make like too much sense. If you're Black American and you're still like hooked to Africa, then I don't know. I don't know what to say to you, but I wanted to just
he couldn't help himself.
The African side of it. So let's start. Like me, when I was like, I came here to like the US when I was 7 years old, right there. For me, I would say like when we came, I used to hear like stories about like the transatlantic slave trade, I think it's called. And I used to ask my parents, actually, I used to ask them, why don't Black Americans look like us? That's the first thing. So I do know I wasn't wrong when I was a child. I wasn't wrong. And the second point would have to be one that Dane himself made, like, where are all the ships and all the boats? Yeah, it's not a ship, it's boats. Those are any ships back then.
They didn't
where
have
are
ships
all
back
the
then.
boats
That's
that
right.
we used? And the third point is, if you look at Africans, or not all Africans, but West Africa, you won't find like any stories that point to any like huge slave trade. If it actually happened,
Hold on. That's important.
But West Africa, you won't find.
Oh, my bad.
Yeah, it's not a ship. It's boats. Those are any ships back then.
That's
where
very
are
important.
all the boats that they used? And the third point is, if you look at Africans, or not all Africans, but West Africa, you won't find like any stories that point to any like huge slave trade.
Okay, that's 3 points right there, right? That's hold on. Can y'all hear that? 2 seconds. Oh my goodness, man. All right, here we go.
Yeah, I'm hearing it, man. I heard this guy's perspective already, you know what I mean, to a certain extent. He talking about the boats, and that's if he talks like the topic is a funny topic. Like, you can't really determine what happened to them or where they at. Or I know a lot of people say they didn't do it in the number they say they did it, as much people. But it have all kind of stories. Everybody know it have stories about Black people being all over the planet, before the so-called slave trade. So that doesn't mean that they are not descendants from the same place. You know what I'm saying? And the other thing about why they don't look, he looks like Dan Calloway. Dan Calloway just look a little bit lighter, because we all know what happened during slavery. You see what I'm saying?
Yes, I mean,
just look at them.
Yeah,
look at their nose.
Exactly. Look, man. There's people that look like him. There's people that look like everybody. I mean, let me tell you, man. He brought up 3 moot points, and we can take him just like this. Of course, there were ships. You had massive slave ships, man. Massive warships too, as well. They weren't rowboats, right? Number number 2.
But how do you know that, though? Just to play devil, how do you know that, sir?
The manifests. You have the manifests. They're still here. You have wrecks that are found.
Have you read any of those manifests yourself?
What, as far as like, yeah, man, years ago. So I mean, to tell you the truth, it's like, you know, you had the whole Dutch East India Trading Company. They didn't trade in little tugboats, man. They had massive ships, man. You know, it was carrying spices and all types of people on them too, right? So the thing is that what else? Also, the records. You have all these slave castles that are still in Africa, that are still like in Ghana, right? And Gory Island and all that. So who did they enslave and who did they put in there? You know, and check this out. You have, I know, like Ghanaians with English last names. How'd that happen? Because, you know, these slavers married chiefs' daughters, what have you, you know, and some of these chiefs were down with the slave trade too, and they had offspring. These offspring, took the names of their fathers. So, and then also, you ever see a slave trade bead? Oh yeah. So you have beads that were traded also for slaves, because to the chiefs, these folks that they were given to the Europeans, they were captives of war anyway. They weren't their own people. But it got into such a big business where it became like, you know, after a while, these Europeans just started snatching. They just said that, you know, we don't need you anyway. You know, we got such a foothold in it now. You know, we don't need your trade per se. We'll take you too. So they were like royalty, people of royalty, like chiefs and princes and all, and princesses that were snatched up too. You know, but this was such a massive undertaking for hundreds of years.
But let me comment on. Hold on. I'm sorry. Go ahead, brother. Go ahead. I'm just reading something in the chat. Go ahead.
Oh, I'm sorry. And then also when it came down to like 300 plus thousand came to America, right? That's all you needed, because then places in Virginia that had breeding farms. Mecklenburg was one of them. So every plantation was a breeding farm, but you had places that only specialized in breeding slaves, man. So
go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Sorry. Well, I was going to say, I found this comment. This is my homie Crunk, also Ray, by the way. Actually, I call it, some people call him Crunk, but Ray, and you know, he's got some interesting perspective. And by the way, you know, I tell people this all the time. As a Pan-African, you know, I have friends and associates, just like from different religions, from also different sectors of the conscious community as well, so-called conscious community, or, you know, if you don't want to call it that, just different belief systems, you know, just like different ethnicities and things like this. So, you know, I communicate with a lot of different people about these topics, and I'm grateful for that. But this is one that by the way, TTM Academy, that's Ray, and he's the founder of a turntable transcribe. So check in on that. That's pretty hot, actually. But he got a comment: Black Americans are real people, not a product of Europeans violating Africans. Bottom line, see, now this is the thing. Lucia women in Brazil is the oldest American. But this is the thing, Ray. You know, I'm not my position as a Pan-African or just even my own position, first of all, has never been that there's no such thing as Black Americans, that there's never been Black people that have been in America before the transatlantic slave trade. That's not my position. So, I don't think that anybody's in a position to deny either exist. You see what I mean? But the question is, to what degree? To what is the, what are the numbers? What is the, what's the equation of how many of our ancestors, or how many Black people got sold into, Black Americans, Native Americans got sold into slavery with other Africans that were, stolen and brought in chains to the Americas. So, I don't like to look at it as like one or, it's either one or none, or, one or the other, never both. But let me check this out. Since we're here at this point, can these people be lying? I mean, this is CARICOM. And by the way, as far as African descent that came to America in slavery, like my some of my ancestors, right? They came through North Carolina, and many of them were shipped from Cuba to, and brought to the Carolinas, to southern of the U.S., right? So CARICOM is an organization that collects data on these actual voyages. I mean, so they have manifest. They have data on the persons, the names, the people, the names of the ships that brought them, the captains, the people that, what amounts they were sold for, all of this stuff. They have the records, right? Now, does anybody think they're lying? Let me read this. In this presentation at the press conference, Cunny historian, let me put this in the chat, by the way, for people to read. Sorry about that. Just so everybody can read this. Let's see here. Boom. Now, in his presentation at the press conference, Cunny historian Dr. Ahmed Reed, who is also the chair of the United Nations Working Group of Experts, introduced the latest 2018 findings. He highlighted details of more than 36,000 voyages between Africa and the Americas, as well as information on 11,400 voyages between the countries of the Caribbean and Americas. Now, when they say this, where's the cap? That's what I would be wanting to know. Where's the cap? Is somebody disputing this? That's one of the questions I would have, because look at these numbers. That's a lot of numbers to be claiming. Those are not small numbers. 36,000 voyages.
But also, I have to interject here something also to teach Academy. Like, my brother, Europeans did violate Africans, of course. I mean, I can show you what I look like. And you have to explain how I look this way, right? Can you? Because there are no white folks in my family, man. No recent white folks.
I think he should hop up, but I think what he means is when he's saying Black Americans, he's meaning native. He's meaning non-African. I believe that's what he means, brother. So,
but the Europeans didn't violate Native Americans?
No. When I believe that in his language, in the language he's using, when he says Black Americans, Crunk is going to have to clarify this. TTM Academy is going to have to clarify this himself. But I believe what he's terming Black Americans are quote unquote natives, not not persons that came on slave ships, in other words, from Africa. But again, he needs to clarify this, but I believe that's what he means. I don't know. Am I correct, TTM? Am I correct about that? Yes, that's what I mean. That's what I thought. He said yes, bro. But go ahead, finish if you wanted to say something. I mean, I think we all agree. Well, I don't know. I agree with you. Europeans did violate, African Americans.
Everybody.
So if he wants to make a distinction between Black Americans and African Americans, that I think there's work on the language too that needs to happen. And I think that also creates a lot of confusion and a lot of issues in communicating. But having said that, go ahead. Did you want to make another point, divinely inspired, about this?
No.
Yeah.
But speaking of languages,
Mm-hmm.
our AAVE,
Mm-hmm.
where are the so-called native components to our everyday vernacular?
Mm-hmm.
You know,
Okay, so hold on. What are our native components to our everyday vernacular? Go ahead.
yeah,
Let me just make sure I understand you.
right. Like in the way we speak, right?
Mm-hmm.
And people want to call it ebonics or what have you, right? Or AE, right? After vernacular English,
Mm-hmm.
where are the native components in our everyday vernacular?
Yeah. I mean, I think language, well, it's not just in this given this topic and you know, persons when we're communicating on it. I mean, there has to be agreed upon language. You know, and I think that's where the confusion's coming from, brother. I mean, you know, some of us are speaking maybe human rights language, you know, or like myself, um, and also I think some of us just are a little more aware of language, broader, you know, overall language. Even the fact that I could point out like that he's must be referring to native, quote unquote, blacks and not people that didn't come from Africa on slave ships. You know, it's like, but there's a whole lot more. There's so many other examples, you know, of just how people maybe lack some of the language, you could say. And I'm not talking about you. I just mean even even it's not just here today, or it's just in this topic, you know. Number one, we have, like, we looking at somebody, when we look at the screen here, we're reading something about CARICOM, and they're going to be speaking like language that is very clear, it's international English on, and the terms they're going to be used are internationally accepted terms, right? When they're speaking about this. So, and if you're not kind of into this type of language, then some people who just aren't aware of it might not even know what the hell they're saying. And I'm not talking about this thing per se, but the brother is what? The chair of the United Nations Working Group of Experts, right? On this topic.
Right.
On this topic, you see. So I don't know. Let me just yeah. But let's see something. Should we go on for what was the other point he was making? Should I bring it back? Should I roll it back a little bit? He made a reference about we don't look alike. That I don't agree with.
I don't agree with that either.
Then he made a reference about let me pull it back. We covered this part about the ships. Okay, the ships.
Right.
You covered that. I mean, okay, so there's something else. I think there's a lack of agreement on what qualifies information. What groups of information are we all going to agree to use and all agree to not use? So on one hand, are we going to just remove any information that comes from any Europeans? All. Is that what we're going to do when we discuss this? If it's been documented, or if a European, documented or cataloged it, are we going to remove it completely, or are we going to use it? Because I find, given this topic, from what I've heard a little bit of, it's kind of no rules to it. On one hand, we say this is not valid. Are we just going to trust this? And then we qualify that statement by backing it up with something that Europeans did have their hands on, that they did collect data on, that they did compile. So to me, it's let's rewind this again. Let's see. Let me go back. This was I'm gonna take this off. Everybody, take a look at that for yourself. I mean, we could pull it back up, but let's go back to this one real quick and see what he says. I just want to pull it back.
Actually happened. They're not all Africans, but West Africa, you won't find like any stories. Point.
Right. I'm so glad I went back. The story topic. Yeah, Afemi, you want to chime in on that?
That guy is very ignorant.
He's bugged, man.
He's very ignorant, and he said he came to America when he was 7. How is he like an expert on all the stories in West Africa and whatnot? It's a very ignorant person. The stuff about how Black Americans don't look like Africans, when Africans look all kind of ways. What is he talking about? This is very ignorant.
What about the idea of the history? Well, he just said something about history. That how come there's no stories, right? Isn't it? Hold on, let's hear this.
To any Africans, or not all Africans, but West Africa, you won't find like any stories that point to any like huge slave trade.
There we go. I think this information. Well, first of all, Afemi or divinely inspired, or I'm gonna leave mine for last. What you think? What do y'all think about that?
There was a guy, a king in Africa that was I forget who. It may have been in Central Africa.
Who's enslaved, right?
No, he wasn't enslaved, but he was writing to like the English monarch at the time or whatever, complaining that the slave raiding was basically completely depopulating his nation. That's on the record.
Okay.
I
mean,
ignorant,
I just let's be honest, man. I mean, from what I gather, right? Africa, since it has been colonized, has been struggling with compiling compiling African history, putting it back into the library, just put for their own people, for their own populations, not their own, but for the residents and citizens, right, in Africa. I mean, we just had a museum open up, one of the first of its kind in Senegal, right? I mean, Africa as a continent has been struggling, the people have been struggling with reintroducing their own histories as a people, let alone the slave trade, the stories of the slave trade. There's many African people. I'll give you an example. As far as stories, my mother-in-law, right, is from an African country, right, and my kids' grandmother, right? Now, that country's in East Africa, right? And in the mountainous region, a place that's known for a lot of mountains. I don't want to talk too specifically, right? But it's a lot of mountains, right? And she told me that she had never met another African person, group, ethnicity, until she left her country and came here where I am, Copenhagen. And I had to think about that for a minute. Like, wow, like I didn't think anything negative or positive about it. It wasn't that. I just had to think, what does that mean? You know what I mean? I had to wrap my head around that concept. And then I realized, whoa, wait a second, that I can understand that, because there's only one road in and one road out. Literally. Like, it's hard to get in and out of that place. You know what I mean? Where it is, where it's located. And it just kind of changed my perspective a little bit. And so that told me that firsthand, you don't get to learn a lot always. It depends on what region you're from in Africa. You could be from a city, or you could be from a rural area. You could be from there's a lot of different types of terrain in Africa, and it's a big place, and the population's not that, it's not overpopulated. You see what I mean? So that kind of the fact that someone wouldn't know a lot about these stories, it doesn't surprise me, because Africans are having the same struggle with just the stories about history in Africa, let alone the slave trade, just their own, recovering their own history.
VB,
yeah.
Do you have experience? You've interacted with a lot of African people?
Oh, yes.
I
Absolutely.
have too.
The only African people that I've ever heard of that don't know anything at all about the history of the slave trade are some of the nations that where it didn't happen with them.
Right. Exactly. Yeah.
But
Absolutely.
I've never met anyone from Senegal, from Ghana and whatnot that knew nothing about the slave trade.
Tanzania, they all know about the slave trade. Kenya, they all
You
know
know,
about the slave trade.
something I always noticed with certain folks online when they have certain agendas and whatnot, they always seem to be able to find these really odd, out of the bunch
Yes.
black people
Yes.
that'll confirm for them the stuff that they're saying. Like I see people all the time online talking about how they run into Jamaicans that look like me all the time that say that they're not black, they're Jamaican.
Yes.
And I'm
Absolutely.
like,
Yeah,
I've been
absolutely.
around Jamaicans that look like me my whole life. And I've never met one that
Right.
says that.
Right.
But somehow they're running into them every single day.
Yeah. I agree. I mean, but again, we're just listening to this one video, and we have to admit, this brother on the screen who's talking, he's speaking from his own perspective, and so he exists. The thoughts exist in his mind. This is a real person, right? That we have to contend with, and there could be 100 of him. There could be a thousand. 1,000 wouldn't be a great number. However, it wouldn't be a big number. But let's just say there could be 20,000, or 100,000. Then we're getting with something, I think, that is very problematic, I would say. But again, regardless of what he's saying, I mean, I just want to underline the fact that it's never been my belief as the Pan African I am, that there has never been black people in America before the transatlantic slave trade. I just want to underline that. So, for people that think it's one or the other, that's not what my view of Pan Africanism has ever been. You see, so let's just continue here. Let's see.
It actually happened. There would have to be like stories. Like if you go ask your great grandparents, if you're African, then they would tell you about like white men like arriving on the beaches and kidnapping people or forcing tribes to kidnap other tribes. But there's not really like stories everywhere about that. So
Okay. Any comments?
Where's he from, man?
Dude is ignorant.
It would be good to know where he's from. I mean, in my mind, that's a standard thing that is needed. Not that it's going to matter a whole lot, but it is something that would be useful, because he's making comments, and we do it here too. It can be a qualifier. It can kind of help us understand, why doesn't he know anything? Why has he never heard? What country is he from?
Whites were on the coasts in Africa. They weren't able to move far inland in Africa like that. And they had wars.
He might be from inland.
They had wars in like the Ghanaians, the Ashanti. They had 100-year-long war with the British.
Yeah. Oh, but by the way, check this out. I mean, I have met a brother once, not where I'm at, not in Copenhagen, not in Denmark, but in the U.S. This was a long time ago, in D.C., of course. And it was a Ethiopian guy that owned a corner store near Howard University, just behind Howard. So what was it, 4th Street back there, right? I don't know if y'all familiar with DC, but and he had a brother that worked for him that was from what's the country next to Rwanda, south of Rwanda? It's a small country, very small.
Burundi.
Burundi, exactly. Thank you. Yes. and and um and this guy, he he um he knew almost nothing about anything. You know what I mean? Nothing about. He was so far. I mean,
It didn't touch those places.
yeah, and I think so again, it kind of to me, it let me know, like, wow, this guy is from a rural area. Like, he, and I think information, it doesn't just travel through textbooks, it travels through word of mouth and the people you associate with, and your contact to other parts of the world. That it's like a river, it's like a highway. You got to be connected to the highway to get information. So again, the lack of him not knowing doesn't necessarily reflect the fact that doesn't necessarily mean the information is not out there just because he doesn't know, or that no one else has been talking about it in his country just because he doesn't know. I mean, there's literally regions in Africa that are totally cut off. If you could be cut off from electricity, why can't you be cut off from information? If you could be cut off from a road, from goods, just because the roads have potholes, not to demean, all of Africa is not like this, but let's keep it real. People are complaining about this stuff in Africa. Infrastructure. Then the lack of infrastructure is also going to be represented in the lack of your access to things, and information is one of them. So, I mean, that's my view on it. I don't want to be too hard on the brother, but again, he's saying it. This is his thoughts. So, anybody else got any?
Yeah, we might have to consider that he may be a paid actor too.
A what? A paid advert?
Paid actor.
Oh, a paid actor. Yeah, he's got a big smile on his face. That's for sure. It's like, like, I mean, I don't know. Maybe he's a little nervous about what he's saying too, though. It could be that, or maybe I don't know, man. Sometimes people smile when they know damn well what they're saying is cap.
It's both. Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? but I mean, maybe he's just nervous and doesn't. It really is at a loss for it, and I don't want to put too much doubt into it, because again, I am aware myself that there are Africans that do not know about any of these things, really. And there's nothing, just as there are all I mean, for me, it's not an African thing or a continental thing, it's a diasporian issue. A lot of diasporians aren't aware about things. The diaspora is big and the geographical landscape is vast, let alone in Africa. So let's see. Yeah, let's go.
That's another thing that makes it not valid.
Woo!
And fourth point would have to be,
yeah, he was wrong about that, because he thinks that's another point that makes it not valid. No, I don't think he made his case. But
what did he say?
It is actually.
All right, let's go back. Let me see here.
Possibly people or forcing tribes to.
Oh, we missed something.
Great grandparents. If you're African, then they would tell you about like white men like arriving on the beaches and kidnapping people, or forcing tribes to kidnap other tribes. But there's not really like stories everywhere about that. So that's another thing that makes it not valid.
Yeah, that I don't agree with that. But you want to comment on that?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah. Okay.
In Angola, right? There's a very famous chapel, and in Portuguese, there's an account. They still have these records in which they took Africans, right? They recorded their African names. They gave them some kind of phony baloney baptism or what have you. Made them kneel down in this chapel and do the sign of the cross or what have you. And then they herded them up upon ships, and then gave them a Christian name, so-called Christian name. In fact, that video is on YouTube actually, and they're speaking to one of the caretakers of that chapel. It still stands, and she was showing the records.
Hey, can y'all hear me?
Yeah, Ray, I see you. I see you.
Oh, yeah, it works. Awesome,
Hold on.
Yo.
Wait a second. Just let Divinely finish his point. I think were you finished, Divinely Inspired?
Finished, man. I mean, yeah.
Okay.
So there are records of them taking African slaves, of course.
But yo, would you believe Jeffrey Epstein's records, or would you believe Bin Laden's records, or would you believe any human trafficker or pirate, or it could be a pirate from Pirates in the Caribbean, any pirates, human traffickers, people that are criminals, they're fraudsters. So why would you believe their records? Like if somebody says, "Yeah, I brought 20 million Japanese people all the way to Zanzibar, and it costed me all this money." Like, why would they do that when they can just go to Zanzibar and enslave people? That's what they did. They came to the Americas and enslaved a lot of Black Americans in a war. You know what I'm saying? It was a war. They didn't bring. They're not the Moses of Black people. They didn't bring us all here on ships. You know what I'm saying?
But Crunk, but
we're from the Americas. If you go all over the world, you go to the Pacific. You go to
I get your point.
All nappy hair in the Pacific. You know what I'm saying?
But right now
of the Americas, of the Pacific.
We
came to the Pacific.
But Ray, check this out. But now someone has to ask you, who are you believing? Whose records are you believing?
You have to look at all the information. You take in Wikipedia, Britannica, everything, any information that's out there, and that's how I know most of y'all haven't done the research. Because if you actually were doing the research, you would know that Black Americans have been here at least 130,000 years. You can type in San Diego Mastodon bones. There's a whole.
But hold on. But Ray, you didn't hear me. You didn't hear me say. I've said this twice already.
Yeah.
I said nothing. I said what I have an issue with is people trying to say it has to be one or the other, meaning one discounts the other, meaning what you're saying means that you're discounting, attempting to discount that Africans were brought as slaves to the United States or to the Americas at one time, and that the document.
Well, they are descendants of
Africa.
So Ray, I'm not discounting.
Black people were bringing. Black people were the first slave traders. So we were trading all. We
Ray, stop.
The races, and we traded the different races.
But see now you're changing. But Ray, you're changing the goalpost.
No, I'm not, because if we were already trading everybody around the world, and then they overthrew us and started trading us too. There was all types of people from the world being traded.
You have records of that?
Hold on, Ray.
I'm saying that they're blowing up the scale of it and entrenching us in it and trying to name us that.
Okay, but wait a
I'm
second.
slave trade American. That's why I'd never call myself African American.
You just made a point about why should we believe anything that a human trafficker says, and then you're saying that Black people were human traffickers.
Bin Laden was like, I pillaged 50 cows.
All right, hold on, Ray. He's addressing what you said. But Ray, he's addressing what you said. He's addressing what you said.
I'm saying, would you believe Bin Laden's records? Why would you believe?
Ray, that's a good question.
But why are you calling them human traffickers if you don't believe that they were trafficking humans?
No, they were. It happened. I'm talking about the scale. You're not listening to me. I'm not saying slavery didn't exist. I'm saying that all forms of slavery have always been existing, and
so
the scale of what's happening can be distorted.
So Ray, if everybody was human traffickers, then who should we believe?
Hold on.
No, because we were bringing, a lot of the first slaves were being brought to Europe.
Okay, but Ray, stop for a second. Ray,
from America to Africa, we were bringing people from Japan. We're going all over.
Stop for a second. Y'all gonna have to listen to me now because I can see it's going to get heated. But trust me, just listen to me because I want people to ask a question, and then I want people to be able to answer it. So I don't want when somebody asks a question, people have to be able to answer it, and so it doesn't matter who's asking or who's answering. That's how it's got to work. But here's the thing. I just want to make sure I understand you, Ray. Are you admitting that, yes, in fact, Africans were taken from Africa as prisoners and brought to the Americas to be slaves? Are you admitting that?
No, I'm saying that.
Hold on, whoa.
No, I'm not admitting just that. I'm saying that
No,
exists as
I'm
well
not.
as all
No,
forms of
Ray. I didn't say that.
every
I didn't
direction.
say.
So
No,
Americans
Ray. I
taking to
didn't say.
Africa, Africans
Stop,
taking to
Ray.
America.
One point at a time, Ray. Because I'm not. I can't ask a question. I can't. I'm not going to
No,
go.
it's
and
like
say,
Epstein's Island.
Hold on,
You
Ray.
gotta look at
Just
that.
wait a second, Ray. Just wait a
Uh-huh.
second. My question. I can't give you a litany of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Now answer it. I'm asking one by one. Just one simple part.
Yeah, I
to
agree
make
that
sure
was
I understand
happening.
you right.
I agree that Africans were brought by Arabs, by Europeans, and Black people to the Americas. But the thing is, the scale of all that, we don't know the scale of all that, because everything's been distorted because of the wars.
Okay, I got you. Now I'm gonna let somebody else ask a question, but I got one question to ask Ray, and then I'm gonna let anybody else just ask a question. But here's the thing, Ray. I get that point. Now, let me just bring this up because you saying this, how much, you're questioning how much. You're saying we don't really know how much.
No,
I
because we
agree.
haven't seen the
Hold on, Ray.
pictures. We haven't
Stop,
seen the
Ray.
pictures, the
Stop.
drawings
Ray,
showing those
hey, Ray.
shadows when people in the
Ray,
field.
you got to stop, Ray. You have to stop. I'm not asking you to qualify. I agree with what you said. You don't need to qualify it. Now I'm asking you a follow-up question on that, on what you just said. You said we don't know the extent. Great. I agree. Absolutely 100%. We do not know the extent. But here's the thing I want to ask you. Now, these people right here, can you see this on the screen, right?
Yeah, I can see.
It's CARICOM, right? The CARICOM Reparations Commission, right? Now, they collect data, right? And on these slave manifests, on these ships, right? On the persons, right? And then not all, but they do some. Now, they're not saying they know the extent. In fact, what they're saying is every day they're discovering the extent. That's what they say. Do you disqualify? Is there something in here that you would challenge or say is
No, I'm saying
erroneous?
all information is good information, and that's great. But
Okay.
the African American History Museum, they had the wrong Grand Wizard Theodore turntables in there. They had my same, PDX 2000 Vestax turntables that came out 20 years ago. They had that as the first turntables that Grand Wizard Theodore was using. I was at a lecture that I was doing at NYU, and the woman from the museum was there, and I was like, "Hey, your turntables are wrong." They ended up changing it. They changed it. A lot of people came up to them and told them that those weren't the original turntables that he used, because those are brand new turntables from like only 20 years ago. You know what I'm saying?
I agree with you.
With
It's
the ultra
important to
pitch.
get the history
So
right.
that whole museum is a fake thing. I my wife's been there, but I refuse to go there because the whole Africanizing of Black American natives is a form of genocide. It's
Africanizing. You talking about hip hop? What do you mean by that?
No. I'm talking about the Africanizing of Black Americans. Just like if I were to say, people from India aren't from India. They're really from they're really Tamils, and they were taken by Pakistanis to India, and they were all turned into Indians. But it's like no, it's like there was always slave trades going on, and the thing is like we have proof. We do have a lot of records, and they don't have records. They have that one drawing with all those people in the ship. Where's all the other drawings? Hold on. Schematics. I have not seen the other schematics except that one drawing that we've all seen.
But Ray, listen, at the end of the day, everybody can say, I'm gonna let somebody else ask a question or make a comment after this though. But and then you can come back and make another comment or question, Ray, of course. But everybody can say they have records. Everyone can say that. Right now, I'm pointing out CARICOM. That's what I'm saying. And right now, you said you recognize that information. You recognize CARICOM to be valid. And so for me...
No. I'm not saying that they're valid. I'm saying that all information is valid, but all information should be audited. So
but hold on.
Another organization needs to check their numbers.
Hold on, but Ray,
a third party should always be
right. But Ray, listen. But here's the thing, Ray. How do you know a third party hasn't?
Yeah, they could have, but if they were transparent, we would know.
No,
And
but
most
Ray,
people aren't
listen,
transparent. We're
Ray,
in the
Ray,
dark
but
ages
Ray,
still.
no, Ray. You've just been introduced to it. Go research it and find out and answer that question, because I have shown that to you now. See, so that's the thing. Now, if you want to show me or show anyone else your information that you want us to check out, that's great. And I will extend that invitation also, of course, to our brother Dan Calloway, because that's what this is about here. It's not, we're not going to just say what we know or say that. We're going to actually show it and question it and challenge it right here. So on this issue of slavery, reparations, but slavery, collecting the data, right? Collecting the data, compiling the information, right? This is what we're going to do right here with this question reaction to Dan Calloway's video in the slave trade. I mean, on this topic alone, we need to know, because CARICOM is a reputable organization. Now, all reputable organizations should and will be challenged. But if you're not going to do it, then you have to just admit you're impressed by the
No,
information.
you can't do it. It's sensitive data. You would need a subpoena to get that information.
No.
They're not making it public.
You can ask them for this information.
No, you can't. You can't ask anybody. I mean, you can ask them, randomly ask them, but they don't. They would have already put it up if,
What? What? Hold on. Okay, so is that what you're saying?
Yeah, they're a company and they sell their data company. It's like, obviously they're selling data to other organizations to make money.
So what about
No, I'm not anti-reparations. I believe in
No.
reparations,
I'm saying,
but
what
I'm
about
for
your
reparations.
information?
But see, the thing is reparations is also restoring the native lands to the
Ray,
native
Ray,
Black Americans too, as
Ray.
well.
This right
And
here,
that's what Ice Cube was
CARICOM.
talking about.
No,
Ice Cube was
Ray,
talking about,
Ray. Hold on, Ray. This information right here, this one.
Yeah.
You're saying that they don't just, they're not going to give you the information. So you're saying you can't.
No, I'm not saying that they won't give the information. I'm saying that they're black boule pawns. That it's all they're just
wow.
They got horrible data scientists making horrible charts of everything is lackluster within the boule community. What they do is they appoint the people that don't know anything, the dullars.
But who do you recommend?
The dullars.
Who else is claiming?
But who else is claiming to have all that stuff is janky stuff? You know what I'm saying? All the attempts of most of the reparations people, all that type of stuff. All that stuff is janky. Like even with Tariq Nasheed, Tariq Bey's been exposing that stuff. I mean, Taharka Bey's been exposing Tariq Nasheed. And all his, fake stuff. You know what I'm saying?
But here's the thing. No. Okay, right. Because I get what you're saying.
Nobody's organized. Nobody's,
Ray, stop. You got to give me a chance to speak, dude. Now listen, because you're making some good points, but you don't have to make it 5 times the same point. You're saying this information is erroneous. Is that correct?
No, I'm saying this. All information is good. I never say information.
Okay, so
I'm just saying that when it's coming from, like, let's say the Black Boule,
but that's
obviously it's going to have like if it's coming from a Republican or a Democrat.
But Black
Republicans are going to push it in one direction. Democrats are going to push it in another direction.
Ray, Black Boule is a title. We're not questioning the titles. We're questioning.
No, it's an institution. It's an institution. It's the institution that runs Black American politics, science, data, all that stuff. It's all the Divine Nine. It's
okay. So who else is going to compile this information?
People that I don't know who that organization is, but I'm just saying that anytime you're dealing with
but who else? Who else is going to compile this information?
We need a Black American data compilation organization. That's a great idea.
All right, I'm gonna let somebody else ask a question then, or we can move on. Anybody got a question you want?
There needs to be one.
Raised from what you guys heard.
Ray, you said that it was Black people who were the first to be trading folks as slaves all over the world, committing genocides against other races.
Okay, so let's go back to 130,000 years ago in San Diego. You can look it up right now. You just type 130,000 years San Diego, and you'll find there was a human campsite. And type Mastodon. 130,000 years. So we were eating Mastodon ribs 130,000 years ago in San Diego. first of all. And at that point, 130,000 years ago, no other ethnicities existed. There was only black people that existed at that point. Now, 300,000 years ago, they just found bones in Morocco that go back 300,000 years old. You can look that up, type 300,000 years, Morocco bones. Those are the new oldest bones. It used to be the oldest human bones were in East Africa, but it's actually West Africa now.
Is there a specific article you trust?
Okay, so what I'm saying is in America, so 130,000 years ago is a Black American campsite. You can find that. And everybody that was there, this is all the San Diego Times. Yes, where is he getting his info? You can type San Diego Times, all these things. You just got to type it in. Everything I speak, you can just type it in Google.
No, Ray. I'm going to get one that fits your specific criteria because see, that's the thing about it. I don't want to just go to one and be like, okay, this person.
The keywords. Type the keywords San Diego.
No, I came up with an article. I came up with the article, but what I'm saying is that,
years. Okay, 130K. You could type.
But no, Ray, listen to me. You're not getting the point here. I want one, and I'm typing it up. I found one. But here's the thing. But the reason why I asked that question is because people are going to use the same criteria you just set out. Mm-hmm. You see, that's the thing about it.
Exactly.
Now, so
and CARICOM is like one article. To me, CARICOM is just as relevant as the Guardian or the New York Times. It's like one source of information is just one source of information.
Okay.
And the more
so the same criteria would be that this place is not an institute. It's not Boule. It's white folk. So it's not Black Boule. This time it's white folk, and we trust them.
Yeah, they don't want to admit this. You see how this blog is. This particular one is more against it. They're like, oh, controversial claim. But the San Diego one, the San Diego.
But see, Ray. Ray. That's why I said it, Ray.
Like, hey, it's real.
No, but Ray, that's why I asked you a specific one, brother. That's
why. Yeah, the one that's the San Diego one. Yeah, if you could click back and then the one that is something San Diego in the name. It's one of the top ones. It'll be in the top 5. But yeah, so so the mixing of humans and Neanderthals happened in the Levant, the Middle East, around 45K to 65K years ago. That's when the the straight hair was added to the black genome to make Dravidians. You know what I'm saying? So there's only black people and dark-skinned Indians all the way up until even through the Ice Ages. There was no other ethnicities yet, and that was 11K years ago when the Ice Ages ended. Now, light skin black people came first, and that's only less than like 8,000 years old. Like the OCA2, all that stuff, and blonde hair, blue eyes, freckles, those are all black traits. So, the fellow that was on earlier, it's like, yo, I'm light-skinned black dude, must be from a European, victimizing a darker skinned person. But it's like, no, how is everybody in Asia getting light skinned? They're not linking up with Russians. If everybody in China chooses lighter skinned people, like people in North Korea, South Korea, they're all choosing the lighter skinned ones. They've been genociding all the dark skinned people in Asia.
Hold on, brother.
But yeah, so we started all the breeding. We started mixing with Neanderthals. We started breeding because you can't mix Neanderthals just by hooking up. You have to do that in the lab, but that's a whole nother story. That's written in the Vedas, ancient black scientists. Yeah.
Is this the article, Ray?
Ray, is this the article? And humans,
it's a deluge.
But that's a whole nother story. That's
if you're talking about them people from 100,000 years, you understand that?
Yes, 100,000 years ago, everybody was black.
Stop.
Ray, you got to let them reply to you, bro.
How can you prove that you are genetically related to them peoples from 130,000 years ago?
I'm actually L1 haplogroup. I'm actually L1. So yeah,
L1, a haplogroup. That's it.
L1.
Yes, haplogroups tell you where you're from. It was the L3s that mixed with the Neanderthals. I'm actually very, very pure. Man. L1, my mitochondria is pure. Y chromosomes can have a lot of junk from all over over the eons, but your mitochondria.
Dude, that doesn't
Your
say anything
point-
about being.
Do you know your
closely
mitochondria,
related to
sir?
them
So yeah,
people.
I go, L1 haplogroup goes back to
That's your mother.
L1s, the L0s, the piggy.
Dude, if you're talking about being closely related to people, you're talking about autosomal DNA, not haplogroups.
No, I'm not talking about being related to people. I'm talking about my lineage. But I'm just talking about the slave trade. So the slave trade happened, started with the L3s mixing with it was the L3 haplogroup that on my channel I deal with straight science and facts.
You know how human beings
the
look.
L3
Homo
haplogroups are the ones that mix with the Neanderthals
you know
to
how
create the
Homo
human
sapiens
Neanderthals
look that
hybrid.
mix with
That's the beginning of
Neanderthals and
slavery,
Denisovans
Vic.
and
If
whatnot?
you want to ask me where the beginning of slavery is,
Do you
that's
know?
the beginning of
Do
slavery.
you know
When
how
black
Homo
people
sapiens
enslaved
who mix with Denisovans and
mixed ones.
Neanderthals and all that look?
No, we don't know how Neanderthals look because
Yeah, we do.
No, we don't. We don't. No, we have
No,
not.
my
No.
question
They
to you was: do you
humanized
know how
Neanderthals.
Homo
Neanderthals are
sapiens
apes.
mixed with
Neanderthals
Neanderthals
are
and
apes.
Denisovans look?
No,
Significant
Neanderthals and
admixture.
Denisovans are
Do you know
apes.
how those people look?
All right, let's take this back a little
No, we
bit.
don't know
because-
how they look.
right.
We do
I've done
know how
lectures
they
on it. You
look.
can go on my site right now. I've
do
done
know
lectures
how
on,
they
on
look.
various different approaches. Everything are all
Dude,
theories.
Dude, they've done tests.
You think
on-
theories are facts? Theories are
Are
just
you
theories.
ever
They
going to
could
stop
be
talking
facts,
and let anybody
but
speak?
No,
they're
Ray,
theories.
wait a second. It have to be a dialogue. But
Yeah. He's confused with the facts and theories.
I'm not confused
No,
about
but
anything.
Ray,
I'm not confused about
just
anything.
let him respond though. Just let him respond.
They've done tests on the indigenous Australian people, on people in Papua New Guinea. You know
I
how
agree.
those
They're
people
part
look?
Denisovian.
Ray. You got to let him respond.
I'm letting him know I agree.
You see how those people look, right? They look different from us. You see how they look?
Yeah, heavier
The
brows.
reason
Yeah,
why they
heavier brows,
look the
bigger
way that
wrists.
they look is because they are Homo sapiens who have significant admixture with Neanderthals and Denisovans. That's why they look that way. So if you're talking about
different
130,000 years ago, that you had some people in San Diego that were Homo sapiens that had admixture with Neanderthals and whatnot, they're going to look a certain way.
No, Neanderthals never got to the Americas. Neanderthals.
Why did you bring up Neanderthals?
Neanderthal hybrids got here. That's people with straight hair. There's no such thing as race. There's only pure Homo sapiens and Homo sapien Neanderthal hybrids.
So let me see something. So, all right, now what does this have to do with African Americans or Black Americans and the assertion that a certain amount or what's the word I'm looking for? I'm getting so confused. I'm trying to
that's the point.
Listen
point
to what does this have to do with the assertion that Black Americans are somehow not largely descendants of Africans who were brought to the Americas during the transatlantic slave trade? Just the information you brought up, Ray. What does that have to do with that?
Because that takes everybody's land away from them. It's swindling everybody out their land, saying you're not from here. You're not from here. You're from way over there.
But,
we brought you
okay,
from
but Ray,
over
you
there.
missed my point, Ray. You missed my point.
It's land
let me
grab.
rephrase
It's
it.
land grab.
They did the same thing to the people that they do acknowledge as native.
All right. So I'm just saying, listen, you answered my question, Ray, because you went somewhere else with it. You went to because they want to stop us to get the land. No, I was expecting you to dispute to dispute more like the findings, the scientific findings, by the way, that on data that's been collected that proves Africans were brought to the Americas during the slave trade. Not only, but during the transatlantic slave trade that actually happened. I expected you to dispute that, to be honest, but you coming with a political motive. Hold on, you're coming with a political motive.
No, I agree and dispute. I do dispute a lot of the stuff that's out there. Like a lot of the stuff that's in museums, a lot of that stuff's fake. In the 1800s, the age of replicas, a lot of people were making a lot of replicas of, you know, stuff from 800 years ago. Like you look at a lot of sculptures and it's like, oh, that's supposed to be 2,000-year-old Greek sculpture. You know, that thing looks like it's 300 years old. You know, it's like they made a lot of fake stuff. You know, a lot of artists were getting more money making replicas than making, you know, and we haven't tested all the art,
I got it.
all these museums.
All right, so I'm just going to have to say, you know, we're going to now this, just to keep in mind this, what I came with, right, which I really want someone to really critically dispute if there's a dispute over it. I mean, I don't know. I don't think there would be a critical dispute. So far, I haven't really found it, but I've never found anyone to ever dispute CARICOM. I've heard a lot of people talk about a lot of things, but I've never seen anybody go in there and say, aha, this list and this data CARICOM has collected and compiled is false. And let me tell you why. There's nobody that's done that. See, I've seen people go the other direction, but what you got to understand.
Has CARICOM ever filed a lawsuit though?
Stop, Ray. That has nothing to do with it. Nobody
really reparations. That's the act of reparations. Is actually a reparations lawsuit, like Johnny Cochran was talking about.
Hold on. So no, Ray. That's you first compile information. They're still compiling information. I told you that, and let me prove it to you. But this is a thing you have to research. I would never say somebody is wrong.
Yeah, but how long can they keep compiling? It's been forever.
No,
my auntie just died, and we were talking about reparations for years.
No, but
years and years, and it's like, okay, y'all still compiling since 1965 or since 1985 has been, you know,
okay,
you only need 3 months and
Ray,
compile. Sorry,
but where was
they're taking too long? Anybody's taking too long. They're trying to slow everything down. That's why I brought up the black and white thing.
When was CARICOM founded?
I don't know. I'm saying it takes 3 months, and a think tank to get a good number and make it all happen.
Right, but when you say they, again, you're missing them. CARICOM. I'm talking about CARICOM. I'm talking about their findings. I'm talking about their findings. Let's just stick to that. You see, and I'm talking about this.
What's CARICOM's number that they're asking for?
What's CARICOM's number
like
that they
per person? You know, 300,000 a person.
No, listen, you're missing. No, you're missing the point. You're missing the point.
That's the point. That's the real point of reparations, not the data digging. That's what I'm saying.
No, you're missing the topic. Look at the screen,
years to find out a good number.
Ray, read the screen. Ray, read the description here. Look, check this out. There's this video. It's here. We're on it, right? And what's the title? We're commenting. We're reacting to a Dan Calloway video, and we're having a discussion. And it's good that we're having a discussion. And I'm glad he has the video because some people know his work. I don't know all of his work, but
I don't know any of his work. I don't know any Dan Calloway stuff. I don't know.
Okay, but it's bringing about a good discussion regardless. The title of the video is Africans Say Blacks Are Indigenous to America and that they are not from Africa. That's what we're reacting to this video.
Yeah,
so
I agree.
in my reaction, right? In my reaction, I'm bringing something very central to that. I'm bringing up CARICOM's work. That's what I'm doing. And I'm saying, where does this fit in? How does that compare? You see, like, how does that, fit? If we're not from Africa, then what's this about? Where's the dispute about this? And I'm not just saying that for you. I mean, it's just one of the things I would be asking anybody that says that the majority of our people did not, in fact, come from Africa on slave ships. Now, I'm not saying that none are related to blacks in America. Again, let me state that again. I have never, ever, 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 ever made the claim as a Pan-African that there have never been any black people in America before the transatlantic slave trade. What I'm wanting to know is the multitude. the most of them, the majority. How is that false? How is it false that the majority are? Because the reason why I'm asking that question, because if the majority are, then it is very relevant that we explore reparations for them, but not to exclude the ones that were put in slavery that are from America too. Now, isn't that part of Dan Calloway's argument that these people shouldn't be left out? I mean, anybody want to respond to that? Because I thought that was part of,
because the ones that are from the Americas will be getting more money than the ones that are brought from Africa. Because if they're brought from Africa, then it's like, oh, you're getting money for the abuse and the trauma. The ones that are from America, like, oh, you're getting money for the abuse and the trauma and the land. You get your land back.
Okay, well, I mean, from my perspective, they're all valid, but from what I know about reparations committees, none of them are making a one-pronged argument in the first place. They're making a multi-pronged argument, you see. And I would even say this: the conversation is very important because some of the language might need to be updated. More language might need to even be adopted. But then again, if we're not up for that conversation, I mean, then we're just not up for the conversation, but I'm up for the conversation. And I'm hoping that more people are up for the conversation, because look, let's be obvious about it. There's a lot of people up for this conversation. I mean, CARICOM's up for this conversation. You see, they're not quitting on this conversation. They're up for it every day of the week. So it's like they're not going to be like bowing out saying, just because we're not doing it fast enough, let's just quit the conversation. Or just because some people, I mean, let's think about this. CARICOM is a Caribbean reparations organization that's collecting data, but it's also very relevant for African Americans, because did you know a lot of us were transported through the Caribbean in the first place? You see, so this is again very relevant. Yeah,
Vic,
go ahead.
have you heard about the have you read the book called America, the first book that had the title America? Have you read that book?
The first book that has the title America.
It's actually in Latin and Dutch. It was a Dutch, Arnaldus Montanus. He was a cartographer, and he wrote a book called America in like maybe the 1500s, I think, maybe. Maybe it was the 1400s. No, I don't know, but Arnaldus Montanus, and he drew all the people, what they look like. You see black people, you see some Indian people here too. And you see Caucasian people as well that they brought over on slave ships before the transatlantic slave trade. But one thing I wanted to interject is that, let's say, with the slave trade, with the whole triangle trade, they're bringing cotton and all that stuff. What makes more sense? Like, if a slave trader, if somebody's a human trafficker, do they have people working in the field, like a field worker, or do they have people being like a prostitute? You know what I'm saying? They make more money from prostitution. All the slavery stuff and human trafficking stuff, that's like mostly prostitution that there's, trading the people for, you know what I'm saying? Like,
who was the day? Who was the day you talked about?
Like in a local setting, if somebody's a slave owner or a human trafficker, how much they're going to make more money pimping that person out than making them pick cotton all day. That's what I'm saying. We got to use logic to break down a lot of their lies. Like,
it don't to me it doesn't. I don't get the question, because it's all trafficking. So
but traffickers,
what difference does it make? You don't have it. Ray, hold on.
They're not field workers.
Ray, I just listened to you. So let me respond to the question. It's all trafficking. So whether somebody's pimping you out or they got you sitting on a sewing machine, what's the difference? You don't have your freedom. Someone's making money off of you.
Yeah, and that's why it makes them more money just to capture the locals and pimp them out to, the Europeans moving in, than to bring a whole nations of other people all the way over just to do the same thing.
So, but they tried that already, didn't they? I mean, they tried to enslave the locals, and it really didn't work. Because number one,
told you that. They told you that.
But how are you going to?
The people that enslaved them told. So we have to audit them. We have to be like, okay, show us your paperwork. that because they said, oh, all the natives died through disease. It's like, no, they just switched us to black people. They keep changing our name every 10, 15 years.
So who switched you to black? What, you talking about Walter Plecker? That came like in 1920.
No, Europeans have been changing. It was Negro, it was black, African American. Now the names keep.
Okay,
switching.
so Ray, I got you. Now let me interject. That's a great question. That's a great question, divinely inspired. And Ray, I get you. So back to CARICOM. Are you suggesting they switch these people?
Hello?
Yo, Ray, you there?
Hello?
I think a lot of I'm looking at the 36,000 voyagers. That's all cool information. I think it's also important to audit who these people are, because a lot of times we assume that we see an English name.
No, Ray, you're
it could be an African person living in London.
I'm asking you.
100 years ago.
I'm asking you. Are you suggesting they switch these people out?
No, I'm just suggesting things get moving quicker, like a 2025 deadline. Because they're just everything is like all esoteric with the reparations of like
no. But that's a whole look, Ray. We all suggest that move quicker. Everybody agree? Yes. Now back to the conversation, back to the topic. That doesn't even matter. We all agree on that, but that's not why we're here. There's no dispute about moving quicker. The dispute is here. I mean, you're not suggesting that these people were switched out from being native blacks to Africans. Am I right? You're not suggesting that.
I'm suggesting that of those 3,600 voyages, a lot of those might have been black people bringing Caucasian people over here.
How?
But we look at the names and assume like, oh, just because it's Kenneth Berkmeyer, we assume that Kenneth Berkmeyer was white because of his name, but Kenneth Berkmeyer could have been from Angola and had a Chinese name too. You know what I'm saying? And
brother,
and he could have been bringing a Scottish person over.
How's that?
How's that
possible? How's that even possible? Think about what you're saying. Like,
yeah, same way as possible now.
How did Africans had what control over the slave trade? You're saying?
Yes, black people were the first human traffickers. We tamed the lions, we tamed the Neanderthals, we tamed all types of beings.
I thought he said that we can't believe human traffickers.
All right.
No, we can't. Yeah, but we can still listen to their stories and take just like an artist. Somebody.
So can you show 3 or 4 African-owned slave ships that brought Scottish people over here?
The Tamahu, yeah. Well, if you want to talk about Scottish, Scottish is, all the original nobility of Europe was black. Europe was black and Indian all the way up until 4,500 years ago. Caucasians only entered Europe about 4,500 years ago.
No, that's not.
And Indians only entered Australia because Australians had nappy froze like Tasmanians only up until like 4,000 years ago when the Indians came in and brought the dingoes. I'm actually creating a series of timelines because we don't even have timelines. Okay, we were never shown a real timeline of history in school as a kid.
But my brother, that's not what I asked you. I asked you, can you show like some ships that were owned by and run by Africans or blacks, what have you, that brought whites over here enslaved?
Okay, so that goes back to Armaldus Montanus. I can show you a picture of a wild man. You know what a wild man is? A woodwozer?
No, yeah, I've seen that. I've seen that book also, America also. But the fact,
woodwozer. He's got a drawing of a woodwozer, an early European American that was brought here, and he was just by himself. Well, actually, no, they were in the woods. They were in the woods with it was a group of them actually in the drawing.
But you're going to
close up. But they had spears. They were living in the woods in Guyana.
But earlier you
white slaves that were brought to
drawing
Guyana,
of
and he has a drawing of them. Arnaldus Montanus, you can find it. His
but
book America is publicly
ship.
available.
But where are the black folks bringing white folks over here?
No, that was black folks bringing white folks over. There's a drawing of it.
Man, you got to have sources, but
they weren't native to Guyana We don't have any proof or any histories of Europeans being native to Guyana. Though some people do argue that. Some people say Europeans came from Argentina.
Wow.
Why is a drawing of a ship? Why
theory.
is a drawing of a ship suffice to you to prove what you're talking about when it comes to black people bringing over white people on slave ships? But earlier,
Egyptian drawings are on the wall. They have the Tampa drawn.
Finish my question, please. Earlier, you discredited a drawing of a slave ship when it came to white folks bringing black people over here.
No, I didn't discredit anything. I'm saying we have to audit all the information. But the fact that we only have one drawing of a ship and we don't have a mast, we don't have some iron that says the name of the ship, like nobody says nothing.
Where is that stuff
all those years and all that like triumph, like we got these folks.
White people.
They destroyed a lot of history and they assumed our identity. What you're not realizing is that's what I meant. Like they overthrew. Not only did they overthrow us in Africa, they overthrew us in Europe as well.
Yeah, this dude is trolling.
A lot of our identities. So that's what I mean. Is like if you see the records of a slave ship, you don't know necessarily who's who. You know.
Well,
there was all types of trafficking going on.
So, and where does Egypt come into play? Just want to know.
Egypt is an example of a slave ship that brought, Egyptians were here. It was mostly I think I feel like Libya.
You got to.
It was more it was definitely Egyptians here, but the army was mostly just a certain region of Egypt. But the Egyptians were here. They found the cocaine mummies. That's another proof. Cocaine from the Americas were in the system of the Egyptian mummies. I did a whole lecture on that. So they were going back and forth, trafficking drugs and people, obviously.
All right, so we're going all over the place now, but that cocaine.
The Egyptians we have proof. The Egyptians were bringing cocaine back and forth between America and Africa. Africa's never had cocaine.
My brother, where does that? I mean, you have the cocaine mummies, right? So-called cocaine mummies, right?
And you can look that up.
Right. Okay. No. Okay. I kind of know about it, but let me ask you a question. Could it be possible that cocaine got into some of the samples of those mummies, vis-a-vis from one of those technicians or what have you?
Yeah, it's a possibility. Just like Gila cells,
because
cocaine fly in the air, her homegrown cells fly in the air and they contaminate everything.
Hold on, brother. You're not saying coca. You're saying cocaine. Cocaine is processed. Cocaine is a new drug. So the thing is that first of all, there's no written records, no primary text say that that the Egyptians came over here and did anything. There's no primary text. The Egyptians never wrote about it.
What are you talking about? There's lots of records.
Oh yeah,
they burned a lot of those codexes. They're called codexes. There was libraries here in America. Mostly Mexico.
Right. I'm just going to interrupt y'all because that's not what we're doing here today. Because see, the thing is that when we make these claims like me, the information I'm bringing up, I'm actually allowing people to see it. I'm providing it. So that's the issue here. We need to be able to provide the information. The sources, yeah, because
I've been to Chichen Itza firsthand, and I've been to a pyramid in America, and there obviously they employed some African builders to help them build that. Just like in China, when they build a big building, they need Germans helping them building all that stuff. They didn't build all that stuff by themselves in China.
Right, but the problem here is that right. The problem here is that because you're not presenting the sources, and I'm not just saying it's an issue with you, but I'm saying because you're not presenting the sources, we're not allowed.
The source is Chichen Itza. It's a standing pyramid.
Hold on, listen, Ray. No, I'm just talking about you're making lots of statements, right? And we're not able to go through them all. And I'm trying to slow it down because the ones that I'm bringing through see, for example, when we start off, and the topic is actually Dan Calloway's video. So we're allowed to examine it because he's bringing the individuals forward. We're able to see them. We know they're real.
Yeah, I'm against beef. I'm for people coming together. I heard he was bringing beef.
Who?
Like Dan Calloway being like anti-African. I'm not anti-African. I'm just I'm anti-pan-African. I'm pan-globalist. the difference between Pan
But
Africanism
wait a
and
second.
globalism.
Ray.
Pan
Wait a second.
globalists feel that
Ray.
black
Wait
people
a
were
second.
all over the globe first.
Yo, Ray, you gotta wait a second, man. Really, because that's not the point. I don't. You know, I don't want to keep going down another. You know, another angle. I don't want to explore another angle right now. If that's true, fine. I haven't heard it, but right now, we're focusing on that particular video. Why? Because we have his argument. His argument, he's making it, you know, and that's what I want to hear today. Somehow, you know, it was necessary for us to go, you know, we got on the slavery because of the context of the video. The African brother said the video itself is called, what is the name of this daggone video again? Sorry, I just have to bring it up again. It's called Africans Say Black are Indigenous to Americas and that they are not from Africa. And that they are not from Africa. That's why I had to bring in the information and just bring in CARICOM. But I brought it. You see? Now, if people want to dispute CARICOM's findings, that's great. I don't have a problem with that. But so far, I'm not hearing any dispute. And that's what it comes down to, because to dispute it is not just to say I don't believe it. That's not a dispute. Anybody can do that. We're not doing that here.
Source up.
And we're not, source it up. And we're not going to be doing the same thing, talking about Dan Calloway without the actual, you know, source, the information. So we can't do that. So I'm sorry about that, Ray. I hope you don't take it personal, me just muting the mic for a second, but we need to stay on topic about this. So let me just go back to the video. Yo, is everybody cool with that?
Yeah.
We get back, because I kind of feel like it got off.
Yeah, we lost our way a little bit.
Yeah, but you know, it is good to explore some of these other ideas, and I think that I think they're valid, but we can only do so much at one time. We don't, you know what I'm saying? So let's go back to the video here and see what the brother says here. Wait a second, let me just put that back up on the screen because I see it's not there. Boom. Let's see here. Africans, right. All right, here we go.
And fourth point would have to be, it is actually possible you guys were from the Americas. I'm with Dane 100%. It's not, some people view it as impossible, and I don't know why. Well, I am going to actually show you guys at the end of the video on why it's possible. And the same thing was going to happen to South Africa too, but
listen, that's important. A nugget. Listen.
Show you guys at the end of the video on why it's possible. And the same thing was going to happen to South Africa too, but it didn't happen all the way. So I am going to show you guys why it's possible. And it's not like impossible. And I just wanted to say, before I show that, I wanted to say, like, why are Black Americans focused on Africans like so much? I don't get this thing, like wearing like tribal clothes or dashikis, if you want to call them that.
Exactly.
It's not, it doesn't benefit your community. If you're a Black American, it doesn't benefit you. If I put myself in a Black American shoes, and let's say I believe I'm from Africa, still I would go with the Dane all the way and pretend because just saying you're from Africa won't benefit you. You're actually calling yourself a foreigner on the land you live on.
Woo! Listen, this is it. Listen, what are you doing?
Dane all the way and pretend because just saying you're from Africa won't benefit you. And you're actually calling yourself a foreigner on the land you live on.
Come on, y'all. You're actually calling yourself a foreigner on the land you live on. Do you see the point?
All right, I'm going to play it, of course, just in case we miss what Dan Calloway was getting at. But does anybody want to comment on that, or should I comment on it first?
It's so interesting that this cat is at like every single thing that he's saying Dane agrees with. He doesn't. Not one thing so far has Dane disagreed with. Somehow, he found someone that he 100% agrees with. Okay.
Very strange. Which makes me believe that this dude he's an actor. And on for the record, South Africans were not involved in being slaves or enslaved or whatever coming to the Americas. So that's another point too.
Yeah, I'm not understanding what he means. Is he trying to suggest that like when he says like people from Holland or the Dutch coming to South Africa and now calling themselves South Africans is the same thing? Like, what is it? I missed it. I didn't understand the point.
Because he's a troll.
He's a troll.
No,
Yeah.
well, check this out. Elon Musk is an African American. He's the richest person in the world. He's an African American. He's from Africa and he's American, but obviously he has white in his ID. So it's a caste system. African American disenfranchises all the Black Americans that
But
are.
right. I mean, all right. So listen, just to keep this short. So people that migrate from South Africa to the United States call themselves African Americans, or do they call themselves South African Americans? Or
right?
No, I'm just asking. Is that a pattern? Is that a trend for African migrants to associate as African American, or are they like a Nigerian, for example? Do they call themselves African American? One who's just migrated, because Elon Musk just migrated. It's not like he was born in the U.S. It's not like he grew up in the U.S. It's not like his parents were living in the U.S. So I'm just saying, a person from Africa, a continental African migrating to the U.S. would call themselves an African American. Is that what you're suggesting?
Yeah.
No.
I'm like African American. Somebody moves from
I'm
Nigeria,
saying that's cap, man. Come on, Ray. That's cap, yo. I've never seen that. I never seen that before. But go ahead.
No, like Korean American.
It doesn't matter what you call yourselves. White people can still call themselves it. It doesn't matter. You call yourself Native Americans or whatever. There's white people that call themselves Native Americans. It doesn't matter what you call. You call yourself Cherokee. There's white people that call themselves Cherokee.
They have white in their ID.
Okay, but check this out then. All right, let me flip it then. So if Elon Musk, or let's say a Nigerian, in this case, and I'm just saying, I'm asking this too. I'm gonna formulate it as a question because I don't know all of Dane Calloway's views. Excuse me, Dane Calloway's views on this, but or yours, Ray. By the way, not suggesting they're the same, but can a Nigerian immigrant into America, would they call themselves Black American? Is that what you're suggesting? See, this is why I'm saying language there seems to be an issue with language.
I would say Moorish American.
Okay, well, you're just proving my point also. But from what I hear of Dane Calloway's discussions, and not just his, by the way, a lot of people, I will underscore this, is I believe some of the confusion, and I'm not suggesting it's coming from his part, but it's just a general thing all around, is language, particular language that guides us through this process. Actually, to be honest, Black folk shit. You see what I'm saying? The things about the MAFA, colonialism, anti-Black racism, and the effects of it, which are us, generally speaking, right? So I would say there's some issues here, because when we're speaking to each other, a person might jump out and say, oh, well, this Nigerian, he should, like me. I asked the question. I didn't say he shouldn't, but I asked, and it's not typical that they do. But a Nigerian normally would not just migrate to the United States and call himself African American, because he's aware that that's an ethnic group's name. But he wouldn't even. I'm suggesting that another person would say, well, why am I calling myself an African American? Or why is let's say Divinely Inspired calling himself an African American, right? But then you could flip that question around and say, okay, well, what's the problem with a Nigerian calling himself a Black American then? if that's the term you want us to use. What's the problem with that?
The problem is who makes the term. Like, imagine if Adolf had won and he was like, okay, I'm not gonna kill all of y'all, I'm gonna give you all some rights, and we're gonna call you guys this is your new name. And then there's like a Jesse Jackson type small head person in the future that helps changes the name again, and like, okay, we're gonna call you this name now, and a name given to you by somebody that was just denying you education and happiness and well-being. Only a crazy person will let an abuser name them.
Okay, but you used the term Black American, right, to describe what group of
as a
people?
lingua franca. Like, I call myself Black when I like make posts and stuff like that, just so people know what I'm talking about. But I would say, Black as a
You're talking
caste.
about Aboriginal Americans.
I would say I would say Black as a caste system. Like, there's white is the top caste, like just like the Indian caste system. So to me, because there's a book called, a sister wrote a book called Caste. Y'all should check that out. My wife's been reading that, but it's definitely a caste system where Black people are at the bottom. Mexicans are a little bit higher, Latinos a little higher, Asians higher.
You remember that other video that you were playing earlier where the guy said that the name that they had in Ghana for Africa was Bibi?
Mm-hmm.
Bibi means black.
Yeah.
Yeah. Black people, Africans, whatever you want to call them, we were calling ourselves Black in our own languages before white became.
Not every single language, though. Every single language didn't call their land Black.
Language. I didn't say every single language. Why does it have to be every single language?
Oh no, Black works. I think Black works, but that's the same as Negro. Negro means Negro. But when you get dealing with etymologies, it becomes important though, because now people don't like to be called Negro. But to me, Negro, it means Black American, because when people used to say Negro, they're talking about Black Americans. They didn't mean African. They didn't write African on any of the slave
we got called Negro
things that y'all seen.
Too.
Never says African in there. It says Negroes.
We got called Negro in Jamaica too.
Okay,
yeah, so Negroes but Native American Black.
Okay, but let's go back.
They got called a variation of that term in Africa too. That's where the word Nigeria.
Yeah, but are you offended by Negro?
Comes from.
I'm not offended by Negro.
But this person,
those are not Black
Africans. But didn't this person says the African? Okay, the title of this video is "Africans Say Blacks Are Indigenous to Americas and that they are not from Africa." Okay, so that okay. Let me just make sure I'm sticking with that. So they are not from Africa, meaning they are not African or shouldn't refer to themselves as African. I'm not sure if that's what that means, the connotation of that last part is, but in my mind, I think to me it sounds like a language issue mostly, and and that there seems to be some confusion about what language people prefer. So I would go back. One of the things I would ask is, okay, when were these terms offered? How did we get these terms? Now, because you hear people say it was given to us. From my knowledge, there was a census done on this. A census done on it. Like there was people were surveyed, the population was surveyed, and they were asked what they identify as. When you look at a census, if I'm correct, right, they don't just use qualified people or groups by just one term, right? I got something from the federal government one time from my employer years ago in the U.S. where it actually asked me what I identified as, and it had a whole list of terms on there, and they had multiple terms, African American, Black American, all of these things, right? So I wasn't forced necessarily to pick one.
No, Vic, there's no Black Native American choice on there on any form. There's never Black. They got fairy on there now. You got fairy. Seriously, I saw a form that said fairy.
Mm-hmm.
What?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, and the conjugation of fairy and fair. I was like, what's fair? I thought it was German. I thought it was some other language.
Yeah, let me put the link down here because I see people saying the goalposts are moved. Let me see what the deal is. Yeah, okay. I just wanted to go just to make sure I was referring to the video. But yeah. In any case, that's just an observation. This language thing to me, man. So far, I haven't heard anything about. I haven't heard any dispute really about. I've heard complaints, but I haven't heard any specific dispute about African Americans or our people not being from Africa, largely. So you can always choose the other. Yeah. Okay. So let me exactly. Yeah, I agree.
Wait, do you believe the story about the tribe in Liberia that became like cannibal or something? I heard something crazy happened.
Somebody said that here.
And Black Americans that went back to Liberia and they got isolated and they became like a warring tribe and did a lot of bad stuff.
Nah, I never heard that.
I've seen multiple people do lectures on that. I forget when it happened. You can type up Liberian.
But it's all good because right now I just really I got a real specific focus here today, and that is just to try to see some of Dan Calloway's work without it being a big piece, a big chunk, because I want to invite him over and just so he could explain more, because I know how this goes. And also from what I heard, the one thing that stuck out to me is that he said what he's doing, it's not out of hate. He doesn't hate anybody. And he also said that it was one other thing that struck me. He also said that he's not doing this is not about disunity. That that if we were, I posed the question, if we're in a car and we both get stopped by the police, blah blah blah. He said, we're not going to be arguing over any of that, anti-black racism, essentially. So that's why I'm interested in him, because I think it's good to have different perspective, because then we get some nuggets that we wouldn't have got if we all have the exact same perspective. It kind of pushes us forward. But let me see. Let's go back to this video here, because so far I haven't heard any type of direct, I haven't heard any information that has disputed African Americans being from. I've heard feelings and emotions so far, or what people think, opinions, and that's great. But
I'm from Africa, y'all. I'm from Africa, and they gonna ship you to where? Oh, my family from when you gonna start guessing? You ain't got no idea, do you? Do you see the point?
Hold on, he said
because just saying you're from Africa won't benefit you. And you're actually calling yourself a foreigner on the land you live on.
Come on.
Yeah, okay. Hold on.
Y'all. You're actually calling yourself a foreigner on the land you live on. Do you see the point? I'm from Africa, y'all. I'm from Africa, and they gonna ship you to where? Oh, my family from when you gonna start guessing? You ain't got no idea, do you? You don't have no idea.
Let's take that chunk right there. What do you think about that? Now, I can't, I'm trying to, I see it in some different ways. A few different things pop out in my mind. Number one that pops out of my mind is the political element, the idea that they're going to ship you there. And what the other man said, the African brother here, who he said, you're not going to get anything for that. Like, what did he say? His exact words. Let me go back, because I don't want to misquote him. Yeah, let's see.
I'm from Africa, y'all.
From Africa won't benefit you.
Well, saying you're from Africa won't benefit you. What do y'all think about that?
Man, this guy's a troll. He's a paid troll. I mean, not for nothing. First of all, it is what it is. Our ancestors are African, for the most part, right? Unless you're admixed, cool. If you're admixed with other, with some of the first people here, what have you, cool. And your DNA, your family history, all that has to coincide to prove that,
Mm-hmm.
The thing, and that's another thing, there are physical evidences that are scientifically proven as to who's who and what's what and how long they've been here and what have you. So when you have that in place, how do you dispute anything? And then you have the written records of the slavers themselves. You even have there's even so many things were looted out of these African empires, these kingdoms, man. And these African governments are asking for them back. When did they leave? How did they?
Yeah, did they leave on ships?
They left on ships, bro.
Yeah,
with plenty of folks on them ships too.
But we don't see the ships. We never seen those ships. I mean, how do we know?
Well, let me ask you a question.
Mm-hmm.
You know, there's like a ship graveyard in India, right?
Mm-hmm.
And these are modern ships, but they only last but how many years? Now, can you imagine how many wooden ships can survive that transatlantic slave trade, right?
Mm-hmm.
How many trips can is one of those ships worth, man? So they're not gonna last for hundreds of years.
No.
Please, no. It
erodes. It erodes.
No.
Wood erodes.
Right.
Wood erodes. So.
What do you get all the woodworms, you get all kinds of things.
People save mementos though. See somebody would save a mast, a sculpture from it.
Yeah, your memento is in your DNA. You just said you were L1. L1 is African.
Yeah,
but
I agree.
But listen, but what do you mean by that, Ray? People would save mementos. Are you suggesting people don't have it?
Yeah, how come there's no like redneck with the mast of a slave ship in his house that his grandpappy saved?
But
but
they
don't have nothing. They don't.
Okay, wait. Just wait. You asked the question, so that's a good question. But did all rednecks own ships?
Hell no.
I mean, are we really approaching this in a rational manner?
A rational manner, yeah.
I mean,
very rational. The hull of a ship is super cold. You can't have somebody with no shirt on in a hull of a ship. Anybody that's traveled the sea, you can't transport people like that. That's why that drawing's fake. It doesn't even work. It technologically doesn't work. You can't just pack a bunch of people in sardines with no shirts on and go across the Atlantic like that. They got to have clothes on.
Who says that?
The famous picture we all saw. No.
What I'm saying is, you're saying it was super cold or what have you. Now, in which conditions did these trips travel? Where do they travel to? And also, like, can you show a source of what you're talking about?
Yeah, science. The hull of a ship is cold, so you need to wear clothes in the hull of a ship.
Okay, you gotta show that, bro. You gotta show it.
All right. Well,
yeah, show me sailors that are wearing loincloths.
What are we asking for now? The ships?
Yeah,
they want the ships to be.
He's saying that the people, the prisoners could not. They had to have had clothes because of the temperature, and that the pictures that we see they don't. And so he's saying that right there has to be worked out differently if that was at all if there were prisoners
because I remember those stories about how whites took such great care of Africans on slave ships.
They couldn't give a shit of who was in the bottom of those ships. Tell you the truth.
Oh, you're shivering.
Let me make an argument.
Want a blanket?
Scientific one. Let me make a scientific one. If you take living creatures, even animals, you put them all together, tightly packed, they're alive. They're breathing. Alive. They're creating and generating energy, Heat, right? So wouldn't that do it? I mean, they're emitting heat. As long as you give them food, and food is a fuel, they will emit heat.
The death rates were high on
very high, yeah. So
they did not
let's
care.
go back down. But
Right.
all right, so I think we
Yeah,
solved
that
that.
proves my point. That's a logical business. Business people do
No,
logical
no.
things.
Just
Bring
let's no, no.
a lot
But
of
you,
people
you
die.
you answered the first part. So it's illogical. Yeah, we do know it's illogical, but people
This is
force
literally some
logic.
stuff that Fox News has said. They've made the argument that they used to take care of black people on plantations because it doesn't make sense to mistreat them and kill them and abuse them and whatnot when they're the ones making money for you. This is the
That's a
type of
great
stuff
point.
that racists on Fox News say.
Yeah.
That's a good point. But see, the thing is that let's say you see a picture of people on a farm. I can tell you two interpretations of it. I can say, hey, look, it's a farmer and his land, and he's tilling the farm. Or if it's a black person, a white person can say, oh, that's a slave. Even though there's no shackles, he's not chained to anything. He's scared of the master so much. The master's not in the picture, but he's scared of the master so much that his family, that all that stuff doesn't make sense. Slavery needs a chain. You need to have a chain.
That's interesting.
You can be trafficked and be trapped in a house. Yes, I agree. But once you are able to run away and you're not running away, you're obviously mentally enslaved. But so why would the majority of slavery be mental enslavement? And if it is, then when did it ever stop?
So there's a thing called.
But that's
guns.
too much. We can't do that right now. We can't.
There's a thing called guns that were being used at that time. But also, that's an interesting point because there's an old painting that I've seen, and it's all across the internet. Hang on, there's an old painting that I've seen that comes from Europe that shows a Moor who has a chain around his ankle, and he's bathing a white person, and everybody will swear that what this painting is depicting is the Moors, who are conquerors, teaching white people how to bathe.
Yeah, because there's ones where they don't have a chain on the leg. There's a lot of those paintings. We invented painting as well. So there's paintings of us with no chains in our legs, and there's paintings with us doing stuff with chains in our legs.
Well, you see,
that's what I'm saying. It needs to have a chain on their leg to really be a slave or trapped in a room.
I can't catch that goalpost.
No, it's easily. That's what a slave is, and slave means Slav anyway. It's like, why don't they call them Africans and why do they call them slaves, Slavs?
In America,
just because it's written down in Slavs.
In America, you were saying that the shackles meant that's a slave.
No, the slaves with all the depictions. Have you seen Roots? You guys all saw Roots, right? That was fake. It's been proven to be a fraud.
God.
Alex Haley got sued. Look it up. Alex Haley lawsuit. He lost.
Hey, my dude.
He plagiarized the Caucasian guy, actually.
Earlier, I asked you about if they tested them humans that they found at that 130,000-year-old.
No, they didn't find any humans. It was a human campsite. The humans destroyed the bones.
I asked you specifically if they tested them, and you said, yeah, that they found that they were L1 and that you're L1.
No, I didn't say that. You can go back, look at the recording. I didn't say that they found L1 people there. They didn't find any DNA there.
All right,
so let's
human campsite from 130,000 years ago.
Yeah,
the oldest human remains are Lucia woman 11,000 years ago.
Okay, but look, now we can't. I said we can't cover everything. We can't cover everything, but I understand the need to kind of, touch on some of these things when they're brought up. But we can't. We need to go back to. We need to
just trolling.
I don't know.
It's facts. You can research everything.
And I asked you, how did you know that you were related to the people from 130,000 years ago? And you said because you're L1 and they were L1. You said that.
No, I didn't say they were L1. I said because everybody comes from L1.
Everybody does not come from.
Yeah, everybody
L1.
comes from L. L is the original haplogroup. Yes.
Right.
You don't know science, homie.
Oh, look.
As far as women, I'm not talking about guys and bringing their Y chromosome traits. As far as chromosomes,
but in any case,
L is the same as L1, and that's the original Africans from East Africa. You know what I'm saying? Below the Horn. I don't know. It's Tanzania. I don't know where it is, but over there in that region, and then the L0s are the pygmies. L2s and L3s are other types of Africans.
Right.
And then the L3s mix with Neanderthals to make all the other haplogroups with people with straight hair.
Now listen. Now he just said that. You got it all out, Ray. But the only problem is that has nothing to do with what we're talking about. So that's the issue. So we need to try to keep it focused on this. I mean, that's a whole nother point. But it doesn't impact this point at all. It doesn't stop what we're doing, you know. But
it's related because he tried to use that 130,000-year-old site to say that was black people that were there, but there were no bones found for humans.
No,
right?
Because we know 130,000 years ago only black people existed.
There were no bones found for any humans.
Look, hold on. Just see, this is another topic. That's why I'm trying to stop it. It's another topic. It has nothing. It doesn't impact what the discussion is. It doesn't change it. I mean, we're only discussing Africans say blacks are indigenous to the Americas and that they are not from Africa. But so far, we're not hearing anyone dispute any actual findings, you know, on the Africans that were actually brought to the Americas. You see what I mean? Which is a scientific fact. You know, we've heard people say they don't believe it or it could be wrong, but that's not disputing. To dispute something, you actually have to come with the core evidence that disproves. And so far, we haven't heard that. Now, again, my perspective as a Pan-African has never been the perspective that there have never been black people in America before the transatlantic slave trade. That's never been my perspective. I don't even know any Pan-Africans that ever thought that. So I'm not disputing that. What I'm trying to get clarity on is why persons are saying this. What's in this title? Africans say blacks are indigenous to America and that they are not from Africa. And, you know, insinuating that African Americans in large number largely are not direct descendants of Africa, were not brought through the transatlantic slave trade. Largely. I'm not saying all. Largely does not mean all. Largely means the largest mass of it. So it could be 60%, it could be 70%, it could be 80, it could be 90. That's largely. So let's just go back to this real quick. Sorry, because I know I did say people get touchy around this stuff, and I understand it, and I do too. But I want to keep it. I got a purpose in doing this, so I want to keep it just on this video for now, if that's possible, and then we can. Once we get through this, I might even have to speed it up. But once we get through the core of it, then we can just open the floor up and go anywhere with it.
You're actually calling yourself a foreigner on the land you live on.
Come on, y'all! You're actually calling yourself a
Is that true?
No.
Okay. Why is that?
What did he say? You're calling yourself what?
You're calling
a foreigner on the land you live on.
Oh.
When you say you're African.
Well, we're diasporic Africans, I could say it like that, actually, because what with all that comes with that, basically, but it is what it is. Most of our genome, most of our comes from Africa. The majority of us, So, what else are we? What else could we be? Africans in America.
Yeah, but doesn't that cancel itself out if everybody's from Africa? Like if somebody from Holland is from Africa originally, why don't we call them African Hollandese or whatever?
We're talking about genetics.
We're talking about We're talking about people who identify as being black, as being African American. We're not talking about 100,000+ years ago or whatever. We talk about like very recently, and that's that's what I stand on. That because when our ancestors were started becoming free, and you can see what they started calling themselves, African American is one.
No, that's the 80s. That was Jesse Jackson.
80s?
They didn't say African American back in the day.
1798 saying so. 1798, bro.
No, they didn't say that in 1798. They didn't know African American.
They didn't? Are you sure?
No, I'm sure. They invented it in the 80s.
Oh. What, Jesse Jackson?
Yes, Jesse Jackson was pushing it. That's
Jesse
where
Jackson didn't invent African
everybody's
American.
land away. If saying you're African American is
invented
basically
Afro,
saying
man.
like, oh, I'm a foreigner on my own land.
Well, no, because first of all, I'm at my computer. I'm on my phone, but trust me, you don't have to, you can actually Google it. It's 1798, bro. That's when you first see like African American. It's like off of a sermon or what have you that someone wrote. And also when you have the AME Church, which was founded in 1812, African Methodist Church. Why they choose African?
That's in South Carolina, right?
I'm talking about IDs. African American was added on the ID. Everybody was calling themselves Negroes up until the 60s, dude. And nobody was even a citizen until 65.
Not everybody.
Not everybody, bro.
All non-whites were not citizens until 1965.
Wait a minute. You're talking about calling. You're talking about appellation. We were not all calling ourselves that.
Yes, nobody said African American in 1965. Martin Luther King never ever said African American.
Just because he never said it doesn't mean
Negroes. He said we're a stranger in our own land. He's saying we're natives too.
Yeah, bro.
Martin Luther King said we are strangers in our own land. This is our land, you know.
There were some people that called themselves black. There were some people that were calling themselves African back then.
1782. I'm sorry.
But see, the thing is, I think Vic had a good point about anti-blackness, because history is very important, because erasing Black Americans from history is also a form of anti-blackness. To say like, wow, you guys are all brought here on slave ships, that's a form of anti-blackness, and Black people are perpetuating it, and that's what Dan Calloway is talking about.
Malcolm X had a famous speech back in the 60s that basically folks entitled the difference, because this is what he starts out saying, that he's talking about the difference between the Black Revolution and the Negro Revolution. There were people that were calling themselves black back then.
Yep.
Well, it says here in this article, in this New York Times article, it says the OED's entry revised the 2012 traces of the first known occurrence to 1835 in an abolitionist newspaper, but now a researcher has discovered a printed reference in an anti-British sermon from 1782 credited to an anonymous African American, pushing the origins of the term back to the earliest days of independence. But I would say this, did I put that in there? Yeah, I would say this. Okay, I see this, when I hear this comment that the African brother is making, right? It's the one thing that comes to mind is again is going back to the language here. Now let me see something here. He says, how does calling Africa
and pretend because just saying you're from Africa won't benefit you.
Saying you're from Africa won't benefit you. Saying you're from Africa won't benefit you. I'm just trying to wrap my head around that statement. Saying
swap it out with another culture. If people in Osaka are like, I'm originally from I'm from Ecuador originally, and look, we got our Ecuadorian clothes on. It's like, well, they're going to help them come up in Japanese.
I'm gonna say this
and get land.
Wrong. It's wrong. Because look at this. We just got finished read the article. The article we just published, they're talking about plenty of people, Irish American. Right. What about them? How come they can't use that term? Italian American. So it's wrong for them. Are they talking about losing their land now in America?
No, that's what I think they should. I think they should take off white on the IDs. It's going to eventually white's going to be illegal on the IDs. It's going to have to be, Italian American, Irish American. I agree.
Isn't it the context that matters in which the statement is being made? And he said again, let's just listen to his words, because he's saying he asked
actually the land you live on.
Woo, listen.
Because just saying you're from Africa won't benefit you. You're actually calling yourself
saying you're from Africa won't benefit you. Okay, so that's not saying you're African American, but in any context, I'm looking at both of these things now. Saying you're from Africa, who says now the context to me would be very important in determining what the benefit would be. So that's the point of language. Language is, you don't, it depends on the context, how, if a statement makes sense or how the receiver receives the statement. It's the context. If you take it out of context, then you might not understand what the person who's, that is saying the statement even means. You see, so how he's asking a question, saying you're from Africa. My thoughts would be when he says saying you're from Africa won't benefit you. Well, if you're in a conversation talking about your ancestors, and your ancestors are primarily stolen prisoners from Africa who had to slave in America, who have continental Africans acknowledging that, that might be a factor in that conversation. If you want something, reparations, or want your passport from a nation like Ghana, they're saying you can come back home. Yeah, you don't see how that would benefit you?
No, because then you would lose land in reparations. You'd be saying, I don't have any ownership. My ancestors never owned any land in America. That's basically what, if somebody says, yes, I'm African American, that means a white man brought me on a slave ship. That's
but again, no. But again, you're missing the point, because I said context. If he's going to Ghana, and that's his choice, if he's going, right? Because sure, land might be an issue for some people. Some people might be in a situation where they own a lot of land. Some people might be in a situation where the land they own ain't worth shit. It's contaminated, right? They're not getting any reparations. The reparations movements aren't moving fast enough. Like you said, right? It ain't fast enough. And then somebody says, hey, come back home, brother. But by the way, you just need to prove your ancestry and just prove you're a part of this mafia. And you can get a passport here. After a year, you get full rights. Come and start your life over. That would affect you if you said, I'm from Africa, right? That would be a benefit, right?
Big benefit.
I mean, I'm just saying. Now, see, to me, this is a rational, logical question.
Right.
I don't think you have to be pro go back to Africa to ask this question or to see the context here. And I don't think you have to be anti-Aboriginal American to see the context here. So what do y'all think?
As a Black American, I would say Africa's an unsafe place. I have friends die.
No, Ray. I'm talking about the context. The context. Don't worry, we're going to open up the floor for just general opinions on the topic, but I'm talking about the context of his statement, because this is only about a reaction to this video. It's only that. And, that's it. Let me see. Let me go back.
I'm saying, why would that guy even make a statement like that? Mm-hmm. That why are they calling them such and such? It doesn't even, like, who thinks like that? Like, I've never thought about calling myself a Jamaican because it'll benefit me in some ways. It just is what I am.
Femi, a lot of, believe it or not, man, there's people that ask these questions, though, brother. I mean, really, I've seen it. I've seen people be totally bewildered about African Americans, really. And not just, I'm not just saying continental Africans. Africa's a big place, so I don't even like just saying that, but it's rare I meet a Ghanaian that even has these dumbass questions. Excuse me, but it's rarely I meet a Ghanaian. It's rarely I've met any African. But however, I've met a few that are bewildered and have this, and I've met other people that are. So I'm just like, it needs to be taken up. The question.
It's weird to me, because I've called myself Jamaican, I've called myself Black, I've called myself African. I've never had the thought in mind that, wait a minute now, this thing that I'm about to call myself, is it going to get me some land?
Right.
Get me some benefits? I don't think that way. And there's a bunch of people here in America that have called themselves Native Americans for for the longest, call themselves Cherokee, call themselves Blackfoot, so on and so forth, and they still got everything taken away from them.
Right. And yeah, true. But okay, so I agree with that.
No, that's not true. My people were from Pike County, Mississippi, and we still own a lot of land, and we got a lot of land that's still stolen that we're researching trying to get back.
How does that make what I just said not true?
Yeah,
there's a bunch of people in America that call themselves by all kind of Native American names and got everything taken from them.
I'm saying we didn't get everything taken. We still have land.
No, wrong. Right. He said there's a bunch of
people. Not
you. Not you.
Right.
A bunch of others. Don't you all want reparations? You must.
No, a lot of Black Americans are property owners. Any Black American that's a property owner that's also a native still has land and they're American.
So what?
All right. So, all right, I'm going to let y'all debate this one after. Now, back to this thing, the context of his statement. Any disagreements that this matters, that the context matters on whether, the context, I'm losing my mind here. The context was, he said, I don't understand. He said, you're not going to get anything for it. I don't want to misquote him. So let me just go back here. I don't want to misquote
all the way and pretend and let's say I believe I'm from Africa. Still, I would go with the Dane all the way and pretend because just saying you're from Africa won't benefit you. You're actually calling yourself a foreigner.
Right. Saying you're from Africa won't benefit you. All right. I think that is not true, and it depends on the context of saying that, the context, the conversation you're in, what the conversation is about. I made it clear. If that conversation is about getting a passport from an African country, they actually want to know that. They want to know your genealogy. They want to know your ancestry. They want to know your family history to determine if you're from that region. And they'll give you, and some don't even care. They just say anywhere in Africa is good enough for us. Okay, you proved you from Uganda. Now come to Ghana. Some places say that. So anybody else got a comment on that? A view on that?
No.
Okay. All right. I know Femi don't. Femi's like, what? He want to talk about something else. Let's go. Let's go here.
On the land you live on.
Woo! Listen, this is it. This is it. Listen, what are you doing?
Dane all the way and pretend because just saying you're from Africa won't benefit you. And you're actually calling yourself a foreigner on the land you live on.
Come on, y'all. You're actually calling yourself a foreigner on the land you live on.
Anybody want to chime in on just that last part? You're calling yourself. I'm not. I don't think it's true. Again, I'm not so certain, but I'd like to discuss that. I think people can debate that. I don't know where I sit on that all the way because the guy who's saying it is kind of like maybe a loaded statement in a way. The first part of that statement, I don't agree with it at all. But what do y'all think? If you say you're from Africa, I mean, again, I already went through this, didn't I? People are saying they're from Italy. That's not going to lose their land.
Nope.
People saying they're from Europe. That's not going to lose their land. People saying they're from China, from Asia. They're not losing land over this. I don't get it. This is America. It's an immigrant country. What are you talking about?
You're the blue hat icon avatar?
Yeah. I changed my icon now.
No, it's not an immigrant country, and that's the whole point. The people, the natives were the Mexicans and the Black people. We're here, and then we're the ones that they call immigrants. Aztlan went all the way up to like Colorado.
Okay, right. I get you. Don't get me wrong. I made a mistake here. Immigrant country or not, there's a hell of a lot of immigrants, right? So it doesn't seem to change that for those immigrants. People that say they're European American, who's making that argument? Someone saying they're Italian American, who's making the argument that they will lose land, that they're going to lose their? What did this guy say? All I'm doing is asking this logical question. Maybe I'm missing.
Do you see?
Maybe I'm missing it.
The point.
Just saying you're from Africa won't benefit you. And you're actually calling yourself a foreigner on the land you live on.
Come on.
Hold on.
Y'all. You're actually
Okay. You're calling yourself a foreigner on the land you live on. So what's the issue? What's the issue with that? What's the issue with saying I'm from Europe, I'm from Asia, and while living in the U.S.? What's the issue with that?
There is no issue with that. But people do it all the time. Asian American Club, Italian American Club. I'm from the Bronx, man. You know, they have Italian American organizations all over, man. You know, you ask some of these guys, hey, where you from? I'm from Albania. I'm this. I'm Albanian American. I'm this. I'm that. Blah, blah, blah. I haven't seen anyone, to anyone's detriment, lose land and lose your status or so and so because you claim to be from Africa. You can claim to be from Risk, like York did.
You got black folks here. That's exactly what he just said. You got black folks here that's been saying that they're Moors from the lost city sunken beneath the ocean. Atlantis. Right. You got folks that's been saying that they're the Asiatic black.
They're coming from Canaan. Folks coming from Canaan out here.
I remember I met one dude that said he's Malaysiatic, not just Asiatic. And you got folks talking about they came from the planet/spaceship in the Biru.
And most Americans actually claim to come from Canaan, pretty much, right?
Huh?
I mean, with the Christian background, right? I mean, just a lot of folks coming from Canaan out here. There's millions. Muslims even, right? Do they come from Canaan?
They would have to, right?
I mean, you know, I'm just like, it don't seem to bother any of them. What the? I don't know. I'm just saying, okay, maybe I'm missing the context. Is the context of that question? I shouldn't waste too much time on it because hopefully they explain it. But is the context related to slavery and who can get reparations in that, or what? What is that what this is about? Like, so don't say you're from Africa, but you have to actually say you're from. You actually have to claim it to get reparations, right?
That's the point. There's if you're claiming just a person right now, you can't claim black. You know, the closest thing is Pacific Islander. You know, because the native, Hawaiians were black, obviously, but Pacific Islander is the closest thing that somebody can check right now for Native Black Americans. So for reparations, there needs to be, hey, people that are from Africa that moved here in the 30s that received discrimination due to the apartheid. People that were enslaved and brought from Africa and experienced hundreds of years of torment and the apartheid, and then people that are natives that were here hundreds of years and experienced the warfare and the apartheid. So it's different. It's different levels. It's different differentiation.
Y'all don't look like Hawaiians and Samoans and Fijians and whatnot.
No, look. You haven't seen all the natives of the Pacific. The original natives all had afros. And if you look up the people of Vanuatu, the people of they all still have afros now.
Vanuatu, that's how you pronounce it.
You
don't have the same genetics as those people, man.
No, we do. We're all human. Some people have Denisovian, some people have some extra stuff. That's what I'm saying. Blonde hair is part of our genome. Blonde hair started in the Pacific. A lot of people in the Pacific still have blonde hair. Black people, blonde afros. Blonde afros came before blonde straight hair.
But so does that make his statement right or wrong? Does that make his statement right or wrong? The guy in the video.
I agree because if somebody goes to get a loan at a bank and you say you're African American, that's not going to help. Okay, I want to get a job. I'm African American, and maybe a quota can help if there's quotas, but they just eliminated quotas now.
Okay, all right.
They just ruled against quotas.
All right, I feel you, man. Okay, all right, that's interesting. We got to look into that. I can't say I totally disagree with that one, but he's not saying African American. He's saying you come from Africa, right? I just want to be clear about that because that's what he said. So maybe he is implying African American, but there's a distinction there. But anyway, let's just keep it rolling. Let's see what happens.
Calling yourself a foreigner on the land you live on. Do you see the point? I'm from Africa, y'all. I'm from Africa. And they gonna ship you to where? Oh, my family from when you gonna start guessing? You don't got no idea, do you? You don't have no idea. And like he said, if your parent, your that's.
Let's stop it right there. Okay. And so if it's true that you did come from, that your ancestors were taken on ships to the Americas as prisoners, and forced to, be slaves or this kind of thing, right? What, and then, so I'm just trying to understand that part, like, and so, hold on, let me just repeat his comment here. Sorry about this.
That's why. Where? I'm from Africa, y'all. I'm from Africa, and they gonna ship you to where? Oh, my family from when you gonna start guessing? You don't got no idea, do you? You don't have no idea.
Okay, I'm assuming that that's the point, and if not, it's going to go on from there. Okay, but you don't have no idea. Yeah, that's true. A lot of people don't have any idea, and even if they have DNA tests that might allude to that, or some other reference, some other information that might allude to where they are from, because again, I'm assuming this conversation applies to all the Americas, since we share that history. To me, it seems like part of that may not really matter, because let's just go back again, and just make sure I'm getting.
And like he's, y'all, I'm from Africa, and they gonna ship you to where? Oh, my family from when you gonna start guessing? You don't got no idea, do you?
So what do you do then? What if it is true? So let's put this situation out there. If it is true, and that's just how it is, just like it could be true that you're not, right? But if it is true and you have no idea, then okay, so what? So what? What does that mean? What do you mean? What does it mean you have no idea what you're going to do? What does that mean?
Yeah,
I don't understand that. Is that to suggest that because you don't know where, you should just drop that, even if it is true? Is that what that means?
I have no idea.
You shouldn't assume unless you know that the slave lineage. You shouldn't assume it just because you're Black American. That's what happens is everybody assumes it. Like, hey, well, I'm Black American. Oh, I'm light skinned. I must have some grandfather that got raped or something like that. Not that red bones are actually an American people. Like, we don't say, oh, Indians, you guys are red bones in India. You guys are just mixed with Pakistanis and Tamils. It's like, no, Indians are a real people, and we give them credit. Like, you have thousands of years of history, tens of eons of history. Why can't Black Americans be a real people? Why can't, because the thing is, like, if you go to South Korea, North Korea, they used to be dark.
Wait a minute. Wait a second. You say, why can't Black Americans be a real people?
Yes, that's the whole point of all this.
Aren't they a real people?
No, we're not considered. We're considered a product of violation of Europeans violated West Africans. That's who you guys are from. But if you look at the mixes of West Africans and
I see what you mean. You mean indigenous? You mean indigenous natives?
Yeah, real people. Like, there's people called Black Americans. They come from Guyana. They come from Brazil. They come from Ohio.
In my family, yeah, white man did a number on my family, and that's documented. So
yeah, everybody traces that one white lineage, but if you go back 13 generations, we have 1 million grandparents. If you have 1 million grandparents and one white guy's in there, that's still all Black.
No, what I'm saying is it's not only just one. That's what I'm trying to tell you. So the thing is that
we have birth control. We don't know the numbers unless you do. You don't know the numbers.
Wait, you saying they got birth control on a plantation?
So you're assuming that everybody that's light skinned in America got their ancestors got violated by a European. Not that what happens in North and South Korea, where North and South Koreans have been getting lighter over the years just by mating with the lighter people.
But we're not
talking because the Black gene pool comes from. We have all the colors in the Black genome.
We're talking about
people have been getting lighter skin all over the world in the past 300 years.
Experience here, and the nature of the beast.
Yeah.
That happened here with our people here. Whether you want to feel that they're Aboriginal or whatever, on those
Yeah,
plantations.
yeah. You saw a movie called Roots that was
Man, I
fake.
don't care about Roots, man. I'm talking about
No, Roots changed everybody's mind. Before
what-
Roots, everybody was like, "I'm Indian." Black folks were like, "I'm Indian," and
No, I'm
after
talking
Roots,
about
they're like, "Nigga, you ain't Indian."
what
Came
happened
over
to
shit.
plantations, bro? You're not answering that. What happened on those plantations, man?
The pictures I've seen, people look like they're farming. I could take a picture of you at work and say you're a slave.
I don't
If
care
there's no
about.
chain, you don't know they're a slave.
I'm talking about sex-wise, man. What happened on those plantations, man?
Oh, there was breeding plantations both ways. We've been breeding them for eons.
Breeding who? Say what?
Yeah, I believe there was breeding plantations. I believe plantations existed.
So we mean breeding. We've been breeding them. No, they were breeding us, bro.
No, we were breeding them first. We created them. That's how we created, freckles and straight hair, and we created all these different tribes.
But who is we?
Who is we?
When I say we, I'm talking about Homo sapiens, black people. I'm L1 haplogroup, so I can claim, pure,
right. But Ray, no, you got to stop, because again, that is not at all have anything to do with the discussion that's going on in this video. Nobody's going back and claiming all the things that were done 100,000 years ago or 1,000 years ago. That's not what the discussion's about.
I'm talking about just hundreds of years ago, reparation, like erasing all your Black American.
No, you said breeding. You said we were breeding them. Breeding. That's what I mean. Like, that's what what do you mean we were?
There was breeding of slaves going on all over the world. And
1,000 years ago?
Yeah, 1,000 years ago too, yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, that's what the Tamahu is written on the walls.
No, just wait. That again, that's not what he's talking about in this video. That's not the context of this video. So
he's talking about the context of why does it benefit you to erase your American heritage? Why would that benefit you? Because white people don't call themselves African.
No. That's not what he. That's not. I mean, that might be the context, but that is not what this guy is asking. He's asking, because I don't know the context. I haven't listened to the whole video. So for me, the context of the video is Africans say blacks are indigenous to America and that they are not from Africa. That's, for me, that's the context. I haven't heard the rest of the video, but from what I hear him saying, I'm only going on what I hear him saying. You see what I mean? Because maybe the end has a cliffhanger or something to it. But I know they ain't so far. They're not talking about 1,000 years ago. So far it seems like they're talking about something that plausibly is slavery, the transatlantic slave trade, and saying the descendants. He's questioning why the descendants would say that they're African, essentially, and he's saying that won't get you anything. And I think, but then we went further to Dane. Sorry, brother. I'm so crazy when I do that. It's only because I've been referencing Cool Disco Dan for you don't understand how many times, and now I have Dane from DC too. So
you're actually calling yourself a foreigner on the land you live on.
Right. That you're actually calling yourself a foreigner on the land you live on. That I think I have to go with it's the context. So let's just move on. I mean, it's the context. The context matters. I don't agree with that. In this context, I don't agree with that. I don't understand it. I think it goes back to language. Listen, your language on your passport, you're a citizen. No matter what you say, it says American. That's what it says. So you are also that in the legal sense in terms of your citizenry.
No, but a green card is different. There's different types of
Absolutely. You just agreed with me. But when you're talking about someone's lineage, that's not what's on the passport. That's not at all what they're talking about. So that changes the context. You see what I mean? So a person can't.
Why is black people the only one that have their heritage on the passport? That's what I'm saying. Indians like, hey, I'm just from that nation. It's not telling me where my people originally derived from.
It doesn't.
Black people, we got to
know where our people black people. Ray, what you talking about? Your passport says you're American. It don't have your lineage. Your passport don't have your lineage.
Yeah.
No, African American is a lineage.
Listen, your passport does not have your lineage. Your
The
passport
name
does.
African American infers that the person came from Africa.
Right. You missed what I just said, though. What I said is it depends on the context. Referring to yourself as an African, depends on the context. You're calling yourself a foreigner. No, it depends on the context. Your passport is your citizenry, and it says American.
Yeah.
Regardless of if you're having a conversation about your lineage. So is the context that they're talking about there? I'm assuming it's strictly lineage, right? That must be what it is, because it would have to be to make sense, right? But in either case, to me, it's not really making sense, because you can say, hey, it doesn't mess up your rights. You're both at the same time. You're African descent and you're an American citizen. There's your rights. Your rights are right there in that citizenry, not in your lineage. Your rights to that land, in that land, they're wrapped up in it. Am I correct there, or?
No, if you say you're African American, you can't have any ancient rights to any, or allodial. It's called allodial rights to any land.
What? My family owns land all the.
No, if somebody goes to Ghana and says, "Hey, I'm
you're
not from Ghana,"
ethnicity.
but
you're talking
I'm
about ethnicity. You're not talking about citizenry. I mean, am I right? But I'm glad you joined us, Ray, because you are bringing some of the arguments that I presume. Let me ask you a question, Ray, just to be clear, because I know you well, man. Me and you are buddies, so a lot of people don't know you. I mean, we debate this stuff all the time, actually, and we don't agree, but we buddies anyway. Because of some other stuff, man. So I have a huge respect for you, in general, But let me ask you this: what don't you claim to be Moorish American, right?
When I say Moorish American, I just see that as more one of the most modern PC terms. So, like, black was PC at one point. I still say black generally. You know what I'm saying? So to me, black and more. Yafa Bey's even questioned the ish, because when people say Jew-ish, that's ish means kind of, and so some Moors have even proposed not even saying Moorish American, but saying more American, But I think with I'm not, because some people, when they say Moors, they're talking about people that are actual members of the Moorish Science Temple of America, but generally, when people of the modern generation are saying
you're a non-temple Moor,
just saying black, they're just saying international black person.
Okay, so is that a non-temple Moor?
Or part of racism is saying you guys were trapped in Africa, you guys were in the jungles, and we helped save y'all. That's what Europeans told us, and that's what the whole transatlantic stuff kind of supports, is like, oh, you guys didn't have boats, so we brought you all over here on boats. Most white people still think that.
Hold on.
Like, no, Egyptians have boats. We always have boats.
But you got to give me a shorter explanation, because I'm just asking you. I'm just trying to give people a sense of all that you have said. Is it related to your background as a Moor? That's what I'm asking.
Yeah, Moor just means ancient black.
So you don't claim to be Aboriginal Moor or
no, ab means Moor? Not, and original. It's a game. It's a word game that the British played on the black people of Australia. Calling them not original. Ab means not.
So no is the
not
answer.
Original.
So no is the answer. But just to make it short, because so is it a non-temple Moor or what? I mean, would that be what you?
No, that's like saying that Moors are a religion, but many people use Moor as just black, like Blackamoor, Moor.
Okay, so you're just black. You're just black.
At the English press, at the black nobility, it'll say Moor on it. It'll say Moore.
Okay, all right.
The black dudes. If you look up the crest, look up all these original crests.
Hey, VB.
Yeah.
I gotta go, man. I gotta get something to eat, man. For real. I'm sorry, man.
Right. No worries. I got you, man. It's all good. Thanks for joining, bro. Thank you for joining, indeed.
Yeah, thank you, man. you for having this discussion, man. It's needed, man. It shines a light on a lot of things, you know. It's very necessary, man. Very necessary.
Yeah, and I wanna understand myself. I mean, I
Yeah.
think that I'm thinking that, you know, it's meticulous a little bit, but at the same time, it's necessary. And why not? I mean, it could be that there's more information that comes out that even changes my mind. I'm waiting for that information. I'm seeking that information. So I'm hoping that it's going to come out, and that but I'm pretty sure Dane is going to come with some other twist. You know what I mean? Especially since he has this book out recently. But all right, brother, I'm gonna let you go, man. Be
right.
good. Good to see you again, brother.
Yeah, peace, y'all. Peace.
Peace to the panel. Let me put up the link again, just in case I didn't, for anybody else that wants to pop up. All right, so let me just take it to the next part. Maybe we don't get through this whole video, you know, and maybe it's not necessary, but let me just see what else pops.
Do you see the point? I'm from Africa, y'all. I'm from Africa, and they gonna ship you to where? Oh, my family from when you gonna start guessing? You don't got no idea, do you? You don't have no idea. And like he said, if your parent, that's why. So they talking about, don't listen to you. They don't know what they talk about. Don't listen to the elders. The elders do know. Anybody that's telling you not to listen to your elders is suspect. Y'all want to call me an agent? Those people are the agents. Those people are the agents. If they sit up there saying that you shouldn't listen to your elders, they are your enemies. Direct hit. On target impact. And see, and all they doing, they mad now.
You wanna argue?
They want to argue, right?
I can't argue with you.
What's the point? What's the point of arguing? Huh?
You mad?
They mad now?
Look at you.
Huh?
You mad? You big mad.
Mad. See, the whole point is, they don't, a lot of them know better. Some of them don't. They don't know any better. They just want to fit in with the crowd that they think is a high crowd. Like, it's a big crowd, and it's not. It's not. This out of Africa theory, or we came from Africa, or we're all Africans, is dying. Rest in peace. Nah. Rest in peace.
I'm gonna stop it right there. Out of Africa theory. So that is broader context now. That's changed the context. That is now talking about the bottleneck theory, right? Coming out of Africa, and the fact that humanity migrated out of Africa several times, right? Africans.
No, guess what my racist teacher told me in high school? She said, "Oh, black people have big nostrils so they could breathe in the moist jungle air." That's some Darwin stuff. That's racist, because we're not evolved to our environments. Dark skin's better for the Arctic weather. It's better to have dark skin in the North Pole than to have light skin. It's not. People aren't evolved to the environment.
What?
Yes, dark skin is better in Antarctica.
No, man.
Yes, you get sunburn. White people get sunburn in Antarctica.
No,
Eskimos are pretty
but
dark.
What does that have to do with
the
it?
original
What is
Eskimos
that?
were
Are you
pretty
white?
dark.
Are you white? I mean, what does that have
The
to
darker
do
your
with
skin
it?
is, the better you fare in Antarctica and super cold
brother.
places.
No, it's not.
I mean, super sunny places. It's
No.
mad sun in Alaska. The Eskimos have to block themselves.
But it's
from the
not the
sun.
same type of sun.
That's
It's
why
not
the guy that
same type of
discovered the
sunlight.
North Pole had a brother with him.
No, but that has nothing to do with it, because I mean, scientific evidence says the opposite, man. It's not the same type of sun. What you're getting from the sun in the north.
It's isolation, it's not evolution. Pointy noses come from the Horn of Africa. Pointy noses come from
let's just stick to
it's
one
not
point
because
at a time,
it was drier air and their nose got pointier than
but right.
another part of Africa.
Right. What do you think is going to happen to you what do you think is going to happen to you when you go to the northern lands? What do you think? And you have darker skin. What do you think is going to happen to you?
That's like bringing a tiger. People always use the zoo example. You bring a tiger to Canada, it's still a tiger in Canada. And if you keep bringing more tigers to Canada, they're still going to make tigers. Yeah, maybe some of them might turn albino in the future, but that's not necessarily because of the Canadian environment. They could get some other weird thing. It's more through isolation. Isolation has, I believe in evolution, but I don't believe in Darwin because he was a racist. His particular theory of evolution. There's a lot of theories of evolution. There's infinite theories of evolution, not just Darwin.
Okay, but so I'm just saying, if you go to the Nordic lands with dark skin, what do you think is going to happen to you?
You're going to stay dark skinned.
Are you going to stay dark? No.
No, I mean, people have a variance. People have a.
You're not going to stay the same complexion as if you were when you were closer to the equator. No, you're not. Unless you go to a tanning booth. Even if you're black. Dark black.
Trust me, everybody has a variance, but everybody doesn't have the same variance.
I didn't say that. What does that have to do with it? Of course, everybody don't have the same variance, but you're definitely going to get more color the closer you are to the equator. If you're black, you're going to get darker. If you go away from the equator, the further you go, you're going to get lighter. And that's not all this.
No, that's not what happened. No.
What are you talking about?
Just the lighter skinned people haven't been able to conquer where it's super hot as much. The whole globe was black, even North Pole. The whole globe was black, and then all these other tribes started emerging, and they've been slaughtering us, and they haven't been able to slaughter us in the hot regions as much. That's why it's totally, because Europe was totally black before 4,500 years ago. They just proved that. They proved that it was all black and Indian, like dark skinned Indian. There weren't light skinned people 4,500 years ago. Light skin is only 300 years old, like on a large scale.
No, right.
Look, tribes of light skinned people 4,500 years ago, but like how it is now.
Let Femi say something. I'm gonna let Femi say something. Then we're gonna stop it for today. Go ahead, Femi. Go ahead.
That research he's talking about light skin, that's talking about it popping up in Europe, not the whole entire world. Europe. Man.
All right. That's a point where people can look into. I mean, I think a whole lot is going to happen to you, and then I think a whole lot has happened to people. I mean, it's just what happens. It's not. I'm not saying that you shouldn't voyage out into those worlds and that you can't live there, but people are more able to live there. People with darker skin are more able to live there today than they were in the past, and it's because we're more technological. You're going to get a larger supply of food to these regions in the world that wasn't there 200 years ago, let alone 1,000 years ago.
Light skin is not more evolved for the cold climate. I'm telling you, it's not evolution. Darker skin is better for all human environments.
No, but if you're dealing with a situation where you're getting less light, brother, your melanin blocking out more light.
That's a theory. The vitamin theory, like the women were having the babies with the darker skin were dying because they didn't have as much nutrition.
And what's wrong with it being a theory?
That can happen, but then the Jarawa tribe off of India would have evolved to look like Asian people, but they haven't. They're still totally black, but they're the ancestors of all Asians, all Indians, and all Chinese, all mainland. They're one island right off the the Andaman Islands, and they're still totally looking black, but genetically they're the ancestors of all Asians, and they didn't evolve. They didn't change. They're right next to India. How come they don't look like Indians? Because they weren't interacting with them. And that's what I'm saying. It's through recombination and isolation.
No. You're changing it, dude. You just changed it. I'm talking about black people. If you're black, what happens when you go to the northern areas? What happens?
It depends how black you are. If you're dark skinned, you're not going to have a high variance. You'll get paler, but just a little bit. If you're Black American and you have a large range, a lot of us Black Americans
but listen,
get really dark. But you can also be really light if you don't have any sun.
So you're saying, that's the notice. That's the change that you notice is going to happen. Your skin color is going to change slightly. I got you. What I'm saying is that some other things is going to happen to you also that you should be aware of, that could be detrimental to your health, in long term, you see. But again, today we're technological societies. People can transport foods all across the globe. So people are able to live in a lot of different environments that 1,000 years ago they weren't able to. You see what I mean? Due to diet, supplements, and things like that. If you're black, you go to Nordic areas where the sun is less, there's a time window for the sun near the equator. It's pretty big. The further you go to the north, the time that scale of time that the sun is out in a day, it gets less at a certain time of the year, lots less. And on top of that, the angle that the sun is shining on, that is not the same type of sunlight. So your body is not going to get the same type of sunlight it is used to. You're going to have to supplement it. I mean, it's doing something to you. That's Earth.
Yeah, but that's not why light-skinned people are light-skinned. They're light-skinned because
I didn't say that though.
Genetic.
That's not
what I
said.
was proving. I was proving that people are not adapted to their environment.
People are not adapted to their environment. I don't understand what that. Okay, people are not adapted to their environment. Okay.
Yeah, like my teacher that said, "Oh, black people have wide noses so they can breathe in the fresh jungle air." That's what people believe that. They tell each other that.
On that.
Yeah, I don't get it. I got lost in that. I don't know.
That's what the Darwin people say.
Just because your teacher told you that, then you totally
no.
just went
All the
against
teachers are saying that. All the professors that grew up on the old information before the DNA.
This is
the
stuff
DNA says
that,
hey,
like
pointy noses, all noses come from black people.
It's not
Every
just
nose
humans.
is a black nose. But a lot of people think that there's a black nose or a black.
In places where you
have
have no light, you'll find other animals that also that also become even luminescent.
Well, I'm not an animal.
Oh my God!
Yeah, a lot of people think they're
Whatever,
animals.
dude.
I'm not an animal.
Whatever.
All right, so look, we're gonna cut it for the day.
Straight trolling.
I knew, it's like I'm not bothered myself so much at all, to be honest with you. I mean, so far I haven't heard much that I can't dispute. And I haven't heard much that disputes the claim that African Americans are largely from Africa. And that's what I was looking for in the video. And I think Ray, not just Ray, but when we were long-winded, bro, you've been a little long-winded. We couldn't watch all the video. It take away from the point, essentially. Don't get me wrong, but you took the macro view instead of the micro. And this time I really needed the micro to kind of home in on Dan Calloway's position and what this video was representing. You see what I mean? You see? So that's all I want to do with this episode. If I want to, talk about it on the macro, it's coming there. I mean, they're saying in the video, they're saying the bottleneck. They don't believe they don't believe. Let's see where let's just
better. They just want to fit in with the crowd that they think is a high crowd. Like it's a big crowd, and it's not. It's not. This out of Africa theory, or we came from Africa, or we're all Africans, is dying. Rest in peace.
Right. He said out of Africa. Right. That theory is dying. Okay, so I'm gonna stop it right there. This is like let me see, where is this? This is almost halfway through, about 10 minutes shy of halfway. Or 4 minutes shy of halfway. So 5 minutes maybe. And I'm gonna stop it right here for the evening. Let me see how the hair changed from King. Let me read some of the comments before I go out. Let's see here. Let's go back. I'm not gonna go all the way back. Young man speaking clearly fits the phenotype of a Nigerian. Yeah, possibly, maybe. I wonder. The African Ken is speaking opinion. I agree with that, Tar. Quick go look up phenotypes, and he looks Nigerian, facial structure, forehead. He's African. Moorish, bro. Okay, yeah, I guess that's for for TTM for Ray Phoenix. America is your geopolitical location. African is your ethnic group. Africans in America. I agree with that. I agree with that, brother. And David, Curse of Hammurabi. The white scientists came up with that using science to justify racism. I'm not sure what comment that was referring to, but
Probably the nose thing.
oh, the nose.
Maybe.
Yeah. Well, I can comment on that. I mean, in reality, Africans got different types of nose. The Africans got mountains, by the way. They got savannas. They have seashore. They have different climates in Africa. They got deserts.
Yeah.
So, I mean, logically speaking, I just think
like you'll find in Africa, most people know about the San people, short folks, epicanthic eye folks, because they live in the desert for so long, in Kalahari Desert. But you'll also find really tall, pitch black people in Sudan that have epicanthic eye folds, or what do they call it again? Slanted eyes or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because they're living in a windy environment and they're having to go like that all the time, so they eventually make an adaptation.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. So, I mean, I don't generalize phenotype of Africans, but it is important to keep in mind Africa is a big continent, and it has different terrain. So let me see here. Quick look. Okay, God, goalpost move 10 yards. Yeah, I mean, let's see here. Go. Okay. You can always choose other. Yep. Let me see. I don't like some corroborating information. Ray, do you have any sources? Yeah, Ray, man, you got to be fair, dude.
All types of sources.
But no, Ray. No, you don't, because you didn't bring them. So that's what it is. When I think
I dictated them.
No, it doesn't matter. You got to bring them. You have to bring them, and you got to show them. Don't dictate.
No, man, I dictated the link. Like, I'm not.
No. Nobody gonna make your argument for you. You got to make that argument. And also anybody. And that's what I was trying to say here. Dane Calloway. He's making an argument. At the very least, he's making an argument because he's bringing his sources. He brought these individuals there. He's showing it, and we get a chance to watch it. But I think, when I asked you about this thing about the, I didn't even ask you. You brought it up, so I decided, let me take a look. There was something about, what was it? San Diego mammoths, right? I mean,
I mean, really type the Lucia woman. The Lucia type Lucia.
No. But see, that's what I mean. There's going to be loads of people. When I'm sure you know this, but I'm just reminding you. Bring the exact one you want so we can examine it.
The Lucia woman. That's the first American.
No, but I'm saying bring the exact source that you stand on, the exact one you stand on, because a lot of people are writing about it.
The museum, the National Museum in Brazil.
Wrong.
In Rio, the Rio Museum.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, I'll check that out because
that's the source.
San Diego.
Lucia woman in the Rio Museum. She was 11,000 years old, the oldest American. They did the facial reconstruction. She was a black woman.
She was from the South Pacific.
National Geographic tried to Indianize her and make her look like the Jungle Book, but the back of her head wasn't flat like the modern natives. Just
no. But listen, I don't mean this right. See, you're missing the point. The point is that you could go on link talking about it. I'm saying bring the article so it can be examined. This way, there's some fair aspects to that. You're picking the source that you stand on and the contents within that specific article, positive or negative.
The article will be the Wikipedia page for the Lucia woman. Wikipedia Lucia woman.
Okay, so you stand on everything that's in that.
Yep.
That's
Okay.
got nothing to do with the 130,000 years old thing from Saturn.
Right. I mean, but that's what I'm saying. And
That's
within
another finding. That's human remains. But I mean, that's human campsite, but not human remains. The oldest human remains.
You don't know if it's
But Ray,
Ray,
it's okay, but it don't matter. I'm just saying, next time, just come with it, have it ready, and that way you can say add screen. I can just pop the screen open. You can make your argument. That's what I mean, because this video, they're making an argument. We get to see the information. He's presenting it for us, and I'm doing commentary on it. I'm not going to. I mean, I can bring my evidence. I brought my evidence. So I stand on CARICOM's findings. If someone wants to disprove them, let's go into that. But I stand on their findings. I've already researched their stuff. You see what I mean? Like, I know they're not just picking any old thing to make an argument that Africans were brought here to be slaves. No, that's not what's going on there in that argument. They're meticulous in their research. You see what I'm saying? So I would like to see somebody argue against and show that no, they're not meticulous. They're flawed and erroneous. Their statements. That's what I would like to see. You know, and the reason why I chose CARICOM is because they're not only just central to African Americans, they're also central to African Americans in other countries outside of the United States. You see what I mean? In the Americas. So that's why I kind of like them and pointed to them. And so now everybody has it. I posted it. People can go. Matter of fact, let me go post this one more time. Just so people have it again. You go research it for yourselves. And just prove it, maybe. Where the hell is the CARICOM article? Let me bring this up one more time. I'm sorry. And that's all I mean, because a lot of times, you know, people, when they and also we don't have to debate the history of mankind. You know, I'm not trying to debate the history of mankind. I'm trying to debate this one specific claim. You see what I mean? And anything that kind of goes along with that, I'm willing to examine, but I'm very obvious that nobody knows the history of mankind. It's still being discovered. So it's not even necessary to go there. You know what I mean? We can go back 5,000 years if we want to. We could go to Egypt. You know what I'm saying? We could, but we don't need to go back 150. Yo, I'm sorry. There's so much shit missing between there, and people could barely even know what went on 11,000 years ago with the peoplings of people, of humans. You see what I mean? So I mean, that's all I'm saying. But on that note, thanks everybody for coming out. Let me read the rest of this. I'm sorry. I just want to make sure I get to the rest of the comments. Yeah, let me post some of these. I wasn't talking about a nose. I was talking about how people woo label color. Okay. Crystal Hammurabi, where? Oh, right. Where a label cover, labeled colors. Yeah, exactly. Wow, VBU. Wow, chat panel. Yeah, what's up, Jade? Jade is late, man. Hello, Ray. What's your thoughts on the Cheddar Man in UK? We're gonna ask Ray that.
Yeah, exactly. The Cheddar Man is a perfect example. That's what I was saying. That the whole Europe was totally black and dark skinned Indian until 4,500 years ago is when the Caucasians came into Europe. And Cheddar Man's one of those original people, and they had him whitewashed for all these years. And then when they finally did the DNA testing, then they found out he had dark skin and blue eyes.
Yeah, he's European.
Blue eyes come from black people.
Yeah, that's what they. Yeah, I get you. I understand that. But again, got nothing to do with disproving the transatlantic slave trade. So, you know, if folks want to talk about if black people were the original people, that's another channel. That's another not channel, but that's another topic. You know, what's the name of your source? Again, Bennett. Source for what source you talking about? I'm talking about CARICOM. You know, when CARICOM here, if you don't know, did I just post it? Right. Yeah, click on Today CARICOM. You can find some. They have most of their relevant info, and they have a database, CARICOM, of slave ships You read the article, you'll see they have if I need to go back, they have a database, and they've compiled it, and it's a great database. It's a huge database, and highlighted details of they've highlighted details of more than 36,000 voyages between Africa and the Americas, as well as information on 11,400 voyages between the countries of the Caribbean and the Americas. So, and included in the expanded database are names of over 92,000 Africans who were actually trafficked, identifying them by sex, by more shockingly by ages that range from infants as young as a year old to men as old as 77 being captured, sold and relocated far away from the homeland. So folks can read that, and I hope you do, and I hope somebody will come back and disprove it, especially or not, because again, my perspective has always been, as a Pan-African, that you have to work with different people, especially from a human rights perspective, regardless of their background, and at the same time, that just because one person's ancestry comes from Africa doesn't mean that another's doesn't. You see what I mean? So I don't think one disproves the other by automatic default or something like that. I don't think so. So I'm not for. I think anybody that's making the claim that either don't exist at all is largely mistaken. But my claim is that most African Americans, the ethnic group that are descendants of slavery in America, African Americans, the group, the people we call. I'm not talking about white folks. I'm not talking about people we call Asians or European Americans, African Americans. That ethnic group, my view is largely we are descendants of Africa, direct descendants of Africa, and some of us may be mixed a little bit, and some of we're natives or Europeans or something else, right? Or but largely that's my view, and CARICOM is one of the sources that I would use to to uphold that view. So let me see, bigger risk than African. Yeah, going back, yeah, Andrea, big up. Okay, let me see. Yeah, there we go. Well, that's about it. Kursa Hammurabi, thank you. Yeah, Jade, you came late. CARICOM, like the EU trade between Carib countries. Yeah, brother, exactly. That's it. All right, y'all. I appreciate you all so much. And again, this was just to do a little commentary on this vid that Dan Calloway has. Yeah, and it's interesting. For those of you that came late, go back to the top. I think it's some things I agreed with, and then some things that I don't. But I think it'd be better to have to get a to be well, it'd be great to get a deeper perspective on Dane's views on this, because he has a lot of followers and a lot of people that share his views. As you see, even the brother from Africa right here on the screen, the African brother. So it would be good to have a dialogue and see what comes out of that, if they've heard any of our commentary over here. So yeah. On that note, I'm out, people. Keep it real. Thanks, Ray. Thanks, Afemi, for coming out too and joining the panel.
Peace.
Yeah, no doubt. Y'all be good. Y'all be good. No question. Any final words y'all want to make? Afemi, what's up, man? You sure?
Yeah, man, I'm sure.
Okay. It's late. What about you, Ray? 2 seconds.
That person said, "Why is Africa so unworthy to come from the Americas, and the Americas so appeasing or pleasing? I guess appeasing. I would say just because of it's just your homeland, and repping your home is a good thing, and it's not good to erase your ancestors." because we all have
Right.
African ancestors, but those of us who have been away from Africa a long time have ancestors from different lands as well.
Okay,
Right.
now I do want to say something.
Okay. Go ahead. Go ahead.
You know, they talk about coming from, again, the planet spaceship Nibiru. They talk about coming from the sunken city of Atlantis, sunken beneath the ocean. They talk about being Asiatic. They talk about being Malaysiatic. Yeah, they talk about being Native Americans. What I always notice about these folks, again, is basically anywhere but Africa. Just anywhere but Africa is good. Anywhere but Africa will do.
Why not everywhere and Africa? That's what I'm saying. That's why I limit us to Africa, because that's saying you guys
How is
do
Africa
not know how to
limited?
make boats. You were in the
How
jungles
is
making boats.
Africa
And you didn't
limiting?
know how to make boats.
How is Africa limiting?
No, to
There's more,
limit Black
there's more
Americans to
genetic
saying your
diversity
ancestry
in
is only
Africa
African.
than there is in the rest of the whole entire world combined. How is it limited? There's more diversity there in every way that you can think of. Genetics, languages, religions.
Yeah, all the
How is that
phenotypes come
limited?
from Africa. I've been saying that. What
How
I'm
is
saying
that
is
limited?
Africans populated the globe. So for those people that populated the globe, why erase
So
eons of
how
those
is it
people's
limiting
history?
to be African?
No, that's like telling somebody Aborigine and like you're African. Don't worry about all this dream walking stuff. You should wear kente cloth. It's like no, they should be wearing their dream walking outfit. And us Black Americans, we should be wearing our native outfits. We got native patterns. We don't have to
Oh
wear
my
kente
God.
cloth.
You, man, the goalpost, what you do, you just said that limit things to Africa. And I'm asking you, how is Africa limiting? And you're just all over the place
That's
with
why I
it.
use the Aborigine. Like that's another Black tribe, the Aborigines in Australia, and you could tell them like, hey, y'all should be wearing dashikis. You should be repping Africa, and they could, but they
They
need to get their
came
land
50,
back in Australia.
60,000 years ago to Australia.
No, they just lost their land 50 years ago, 100 years ago.
Dude, they've been in Australia for 50, 60,000 years.
And so have Black Americans.
Prove it.
The site in San Diego, I proved it already. There
the
were no
what?
other groups of people
The
Black.
what?
There was only Black people back then.
What?
Any human site, any human campsite
human site,
beyond
such as
65,000
what?
years is a Black human
Such as what?
campsite.
Name for me a 50 to 60,000 year old site in America, and some Black people were found there.
The site that I named in San Diego, because we know
There
that
were
no other
no
tribes
human
exist.
bones found at that site.
Yeah, there were no Neanderthals here. There was no hominids here. So there was only humans in the Americas.
How do you say that there was only humans in the Americas?
No, I mean there was all types of
At that
animals,
time,
but no, as far as
130
hominids,
years
as
ago.
far as walking
Dude,
beings,
when you look up the information,
Neanderthals never got here.
Africa, it
Denisovians
says
never
60
got
to
here.
90,000 years ago.
Cro-Magnons never got here. Yes, I know.
Dude,
I do my
when you
research.
look
I
up
make
the
timelines.
information for when Africans left Africa, it says 60 to 90,000 years ago. That's why for places for like
Yeah,
Australia,
that's Darwin's theory.
That's why for
That's
places
the
like
majority, not
Australia,
all
other
Africans.
places in the South
Yeah,
Pacific
some
and
people left
Southeast
late.
Asia
Some
and
people
whatnot,
left
the
last
time
week.
period that they've been there, it ranges from like 40 to 60,000 years.
See, you're saying
and then
we're
you're
landlocked.
saying that
You're
somehow,
saying Black people didn't have
somehow
boats.
humans got to America a
It
farther
doesn't take
distance,
90,000 years
even
to get to
earlier than the
America.
point
It
when they
doesn't
got
take
when they
thousands
left
of
Africa.
years.
That makes no sense.
You can walk from South Africa
That
to
doesn't
Russia.
make any sense.
It makes perfect sense. In one
That
year,
doesn't
you
make
can
any
walk from
sense
South Africa to
whatsoever.
Russia. It doesn't take hundreds of millions of years to get from South Africa to Russia.
The
Once
data
we were
says that
intelligent,
humans left
we traveled
Africa
everywhere.
60 to 90,000 years ago.
I'm
And
saying
you're
Black people
saying
are
that
intelligent
Black
in the ancient
folks
world. You're
arrived
saying ancient
in
Black people were
America.
trapped in the jungle. That's what you're saying. That we were
What?
trapped in the boats and we had to walk over the bridges. I mean, the Bering Strait. We had to walk over. No, we had boats.
Is that really what I said?
Yeah, that's what that Darwin theory says.
You can rewind it
They're saying, oh,
and
90,000
say
years
that I
ago.
said that we were
Yeah, there was a
trapped in
big
the
group that
jungles.
left 90,000
That's
years
what you
ago, but not
heard?
every single person. People weren't
Dude,
trapped
you're a
in Africa
troll.
until
You're
90,000
a
years ago.
troll. There were no humans found at that site, just mastodon bones.
Yes, but the way that they were
Yes, but
manipulated, it was humans. They were organized. It was a human campsite.
The way that they were what? The way that
It
they
was
were
a human
organized?
campsite. It was organized. It was a
He's
human
talking-
colony.
He's talking about how the bones were arranged. That there was evidence that they were mashing the bones with rocks and whatnot, and he says it must be humans, even though they found no human bones. And there were
because they've been destroying all
the
the ancient stuff as well. If you look up the Lucia woman that I told you all about on Wikipedia, the guy that found her was mysteriously killed, a Caucasian guy, and then his wife continued his research.
That has nothing to do with the San Diego site.
And then they burned down the museum just recently where her remains were, but luckily it was saved. No, I'm just saying that the Catholics have been destroying ancient American history for eons, and Black Americans are supporting them and saying, you're from Africa.
You find a way to discredit them.
You didn't have kingdoms here. You were from Africa. It's like, no, we had kingdoms here. And it's written down. It's all, if you type Aztecs and Cortez, the oldest drawing of Aztecs and Cortez are a bunch of black males meeting up with Cortez.
You make some strange leaps. You're claiming that humans were somewhere where no humans were found.
I'm a historian, actually, sir.
You're not a good one.
Everything I say has facts and is supported.
You're not a good one. You're making these statements that humans was definitely at some place where no human bones were found.
No, we found human bones 11,000 years. We haven't found anything beyond 11,000 years in America.
1,000 years ago in San Diego, there were no bones found there of
humans. Human bones have been found in the Americas that go back millions of years, but it's all disputed. I'm only talking ones that aren't disputed. But that's the thing. Caucasians have been disputing anything Black history.
Dude, you're dishonest as hell, man. You're just disingenuous. They didn't find any human bones.
Yeah, they have.
They didn't find any human bones at that site in San Diego 130,000 years ago.
And it's called Forbidden Archaeology. Not Forbidden Knowledge. That's Billy Carson. Forbidden Archaeology came first.
Yo, wait a second.
I'm talking about there's a guy, Michael Cremo, a Caucasian guy. He's an expert on ancient human history. He has a whole series of books called Forbidden Archaeology, which came out before Forbidden Knowledge. And Forbidden Archaeology, there's sites in Chicago where they found human bones in Chicago that are super old, maybe 1 million years old, but they dispute it because it's 1 million years old and it doesn't line up with Darwin. So if it doesn't line up with Darwin and you find a bone that's 1 million years old, they're going to say, oh, it couldn't be 1 million years old, even though we found it in 1 million years sediment.
So what if it's 1 million years old? How could that be human?
They change the dates. And he goes through and shows all the they change the dates at museums if it doesn't fit into the.
So now it's 1 million years ago. Human beings,
people
Homo
find
sapiens,
stuff in the field
was in Chicago.
1 million years, and then it gets to the museum, it gets to the organizations. You know, up until the
1 million years ago, human beings. Okay,
they were saying the Olmec heads were baby faces. They were saying those weren't Black people's faces; those are baby faces. So you're saying the Olmec heads aren't Black people?
You're all over the place, man.
No, it's very clear. I'm not all over the place.
You're not clear. Very all over the place.
Yo, Ray,
doing a lot of lying and
Olmecs were Black civilization.
Ray. Okay, Ray, are you saying that the Olmecs are Black people?
I'm saying yes, the Olmecs were a Black civilization in America.
Okay.
Early Black, not early even, actually kind of late because it's not that long ago.
And where are they from?
They're from
just to make sure, because I don't know what you.
Most likely, they're from Black tribes from Asia, like the sheep.
Anywhere but Africa.
No, Asia was Africa, fam. That's what I'm saying. You're limiting Black people to Africa. The average Asian was African at one point. They just did the testing. Japan just proved it. Yeah, Japan. Look it up. Type Japan, ancient bones, first Japanese. They just proved the first Japanese were Black people. About maybe 2-3 months ago. I keep up on the science. You're laughing because you're not bringing facts. I'm bringing science.
Anywhere, dude.
You can look it up.
What we're questioning is that you are directly related to them.
We all are. But I'm saying, you asked me about the Olmecs. I'm saying that the Olmecs, yeah, they were coming from Africa as well, but the Olmecs were more, their language ties closer to Black tribes in Asia. Like, have you heard of Sambo, the ancient Black god of Southeast Asia? Yes, Buddha was Black. You know what I'm saying? The guy that invented martial arts was Black. Sun Tzu was Black. What do you call it? Genghis Khan was Black. That's what when you hear Wu-Tang.
You're not related to Genghis Khan,
Black man. That's what they're talking about. They're talking about Genghis Khan.
You're not related to Genghis Khan.
I can
All right,
show you a picture
all
of
right.
Genghis Khan depicted as black. Type Genghis Khan black on
You're
Google,
not
and you'll
related
find
to
the
Genghis
original
Khan.
painting, a Russian painting. That's what I'm saying.
You
You have to
are
find the
not
Russian art
related to
because
Genghis
the
Khan.
EU art is way more biased because they destroyed all the stuff. The
Wow.
Russians are the only ones that didn't destroy all the black paintings.
You're not related to Genghis
The
Khan.
EU Europeans destroyed all the black paintings as much as they
Hey,
could.
dude,
and hid them.
go do a genetic test and then come show
Those
us
genetic
the
tests are
results.
fake. Type in the
they're
twin
fake.
study.
Oh,
Yes,
okay.
they did two
All right.
identical. Yes,
Okay.
they did
But
two
you were
identical
claiming
twins,
that
and they
you're
told them
L1.
they're
How
from
did you find
different
out that you
places.
were L1?
No. The haplogroup stuff is real. Yeah, I agree with that. I'm talking about the nationality part of the test. The tests are multifaceted. Haplogroup is a real thing, but nationality on those genetic tests are
another
fake.
level right
They
here.
did yes,
Now
look
he's
up
trying to act
identical
like
twins.
Come on, man.
A set of
thing is a part of
mixed
the
identical
genetic
twins.
test,
They were
man.
like two Caucasian,
Dude, you
like
are
Asian
trolling
women.
on a next
They were
level,
identical
man.
twins,
That's
so they should have the
crazy.
same identical nationality. They did every single test, and every single test
The
came out
genetic tests are
different, and they
fake.
came out
What I'm
different for
talking
both
about,
of
but
them as well.
the genetic
Not only were
tests
the
are
tests
real.
varying
What
from
you're
every
talking
different
about.
place,
Come on, man.
their tests within each other were varying, and they shouldn't vary
Dude.
since they are identical twins. So
The-
those
the-
tests are
yo,
only the
again,
haplogroup and blood
personality
type and a
disorder.
couple of criteria are factual.
Personality
The
disorder.
rest are not factual. I'm just spitting facts, man.
No, you're not spitting facts,
No,
dude.
you
are
sound like a
lying.
Negro-pean. I'm gonna have to call you out now. You sound like
You're lying your
you sound
ass
like
off,
a
dude.
Negro-pean. When you hear
You're
real
lying
information,
your
you
ass
get
off.
scared.
All
And you
right,
call
so
somebody
let's
crazy. That's
let's
called
stop, let's
gaslighting.
stop it there because I can see it's gonna. I don't want it to go any
It's called
further.
gaslighting.
But listen, it was good to get the last couple of minutes, just to kind of qualify some stuff in a way. Now, I'm going to close the stream. You know, this was pretty. It was interesting in some ways, but like I said, it could also possibly not be anything related to Dane Calloway's arguments. So that's going to be the issue for me at the end of the day. I mean, Ray, I got to tell you, I've heard a lot of the stuff that you're saying. You know what I'm saying? And why? Because it's gone around. Not all of it, though. Not all of it. I'm not saying that, but a few of those things. And you know, I don't have an issue with any of that stuff because my thought is more central. When I hear people discuss they're from Asia, that they're from America, any place, that they're from Canaan, you know, this seems to be a common theme in the conscious community, sadly, right? Or not. Sadly, maybe it's a good thing, right? It depends on who you are, right? But I've never seen any of them come up with any argumentation to disprove CARICOM's findings. I've never seen any of them. And I brought it up for a long time. This is not new. CARICOM's not new. And I also find it interesting that anybody discussing the issue of reparations would not even know about CARICOM. I find that very interesting. And that's not just about you. I'm not saying you don't. I don't know if you heard of them before or not. But I just I raise an eye to it. You know what I mean? Because most people that I know working on the topic do actually know who CARICOM is. You know? So I'm just a little curious about that. So again, they have a database, and you know, they're funded also. They did, you know, and by Caribbean islands, and they might get a little bit of funding from the UN somehow. You know, I'm not sure how much, but largely I believe it's the Caribbean islands, and I think they get some from the UN because it's reparations. You know, but I don't think they always got that. So there's black folk there. You know, if you look at it before you discount it, you might find that some of them might be part native as well. You might find that let me just close this. You might, before you discount it, before anybody discounts it, because this is some of how I approach things, you know. Before you discount it, just understand that if you haven't researched it, you could find out that one of the persons that you're claiming is coming with invalid information could be part native and might actually agree that some natives were black.
Hey, you know that CARICOM guy, you know, the UN brought cholera to Haiti. That's what I'm saying. Things that are coming from Europe, from the UN are very, very biased, anti-black. The
Yeah,
UN is very
but listen,
anti-black.
but Ray, that you can't just do that because
You
anybody can
can,
go
like,
in.
if a
Hold on,
KKK
no,
writes a
no, but
book
Ray,
about
no,
history, you
Ray,
can say, well, the KKK wrote that. Let's read
but Ray,
the book
listen.
by
That's
Mark
like
Twain
saying,
before we
but
read the
Ray,
KKK book.
but Ray, but listen, that the problem with that is that it's this person, this individual is who you have to contend with. See, you can't just bypass that. You see what I mean? Because the problem is that it's this individual who's taking responsibility for the information that they're collecting and cataloging and presenting to the public. Just the fact that it works the other way around. You see what I mean? They go make a claim on the UN floor so other nations can hear it, can get access to the information, can debate it. But they're making their own claim. CARICOM is making their own claim, first of all. You see what I mean? And this individual is one of the leads in the department that's collecting the data for CARICOM. He's a Caribbean native. You see? So again, that would be like me saying, oh, well, you're American. I can't use that. You see? What else? Yeah, the United States is a member of the United Nations. So, and Ray's an American citizen. So, can't use Ray. We can't do that, man. We have to prove that the information is erroneous by disproving the actual information. You see what I mean? So, yeah. On that note, I appreciate y'all though. Sounds like he's wrestling with the world. Yo, yeah, Ray, you biting off a big chunk. You biting off a big chunk, man. But that's all right, man. I can't do it though myself. Sounds like.
Wait, did the United Nations help black people during the civil rights movement?
Yeah.
Nope.
Everything you just said.
We did it on our own. That's what I'm saying. Black Americans, we're the example of the world. We're the 8th largest nation GDP-wise in the world. We're the ones that are freeing Africa. We're the ones that are freeing black people all over the world. We're the ones that free women around the world. We're the ones that free. We're powerful people, and we come from America.
I'm not saying that the United Nations did that. Were ahead on that. No, nobody's claiming that. In fact, they weren't together with a lot of the United Nations is relatively new, my brother. It's with the advent of it is when when it first got involved in race relations. That's in 1940 something, 42. That's not that long ago. So they didn't. They didn't. It didn't exist during slavery either. Yeah. But here's the thing. This brother, I think if you research him, you might find that he's Caribbean. He's a Caribbean background, descent. He comes from a family that is at least part descendant of the transatlantic slave trade, and he's one of the heads of CARICOM, reparations movement, which has a large database. So that's acknowledged by the UN, by the way, and other states. This is not just like one small thing, one group nobody knows about. It's acknowledged worldwide, brother. CARICOM. So it's worth looking into. But in any case, I appreciate y'all. We're gonna be back on this. I think I'm gonna watch the second half of this video. I don't know if it's tomorrow, but it's gonna be soon, as soon as I can. Polite's trial is coming up this week. That also, let me put that in the link because I'm definitely going to be casting that live. So everybody, please come through to check it out. Let me see, where can I find that at? It's up here. Yeah, here we go. Boom. I got a nice yo. What you think about Polite, Ray? Since you're here, bro. What you think's gonna happen? There's the link.
I think there's a very slim chance that he made it up and they're working together, but I think it's most likely he actually did it and he's going to jail.
Yeah. Where'd you hear that theory about him making it up?
The same time when young Pharaoh was, doing crazy stuff. People do stuff for clout, and some people think that people would do things like that just to get publicity.
Damn, that's a hell. Who would do that?
Like young Pharaoh shot up his baby mother's garage.
Oh,
nobody was
God.
inside the garage, so he's like, no, let me shoot up the garage because people on YouTube are going to go crazy. Yeah. So some people say, oh, maybe he conspired with the young girl and the mother to do a publicity stunt to make him more famous. That's the only way he would not be guilty, and I doubt that's the case. I doubt a mother would, go through all that. So I think he's going to jail.
So
he might not go to jail. He might do some plea deal. Some people say he's a government agent. Some people say Polite's an agent, like him and Inky. The fact that that some people say he's really from Nigeria, actually, Polite. And he's doing a lot of different aliases.
Yo, I know, I heard that too, man.
Like, that's what Morse World TV saying. Tarka Bay saying, he's been pulling up research.
Yeah, he's been saying that.
A Nigerian plant, and that if he's working as an agent, then he might just get off or get some lesser charge. He might get some slap on the wrist type of charge or something. But they found the actual semen DNA, so I would think he's going to be guilty.
Yeah, I think so, man.
But like with 6ix9ine, like Tekashi 6ix9ine, he got off because he was working with them.
Well, yeah. I mean, we're gonna find out. We're gonna find out. One of Harry
Belafonte's managers back in the day, he had fired him, and then years and years later in the 80s, he found out the guy was an agent. Because the guy testified in something else, in the 80s, and then he's like, "Oh, that's my old manager. That's crazy."
Yeah, well, we're gonna find out, y'all. I mean, we'll see about that. I don't think I'm going to be doing part 2 before this, but it's possible. But we'll see, man. I'll try to get the time to see if I can rush it in. I mean, I liked going through some of the info, but yeah, we're going to go through the second half and just see what happens. But I appreciate it. For all of you all that just to let you know, I did inform Dane that I was going to do a little reaction to one of these videos. So I did send the actual video, and we had a real good conversation, not about this, but we had a good conversation about that debate that was set up and some of the terms of it and blah blah blah. And just to close it out on that theme, from what you're hearing in the conscious community, it doesn't seem to be pretty accurate, or it's getting around very slowly. Folks seem to be skipping over Sa Neter's responsibility and not informing his partners of what Dane Calloway actually told him. And that is that he's not doing any debate until he knows what happens with Polite first. And apparently people like Garfield and Rob Bourne, they didn't know that. They weren't told. And they're not questioning Sa Neter, oddly enough. They just jump into to Dane Calloway saying, "Oh, well, he didn't want to debate anyway." My thoughts on that is like, okay, well, maybe he did, maybe he didn't. Who knows? But here's the thing: don't you also want to know why Sa Neter never told you the terms? I mean, that might be a good thing too, but not expecting that at all. Yo, on that note, peace, y'all. Y'all be good, and we catch you soon. I appreciate you, Femi, for spending the time, brother.
Peace.
Don't get bent. Don't get, it's just a convo. It's just a convo. Also, Ray, I got you. Next time, Ray, you're going to have to come with the information, the facts, and bring them and put them up here. Show it to us, all right? All right, peace, y'all.
Say what?
miss you, baby. Know you like cooked food, girl. We'll never forget till. We wish you was here with us. This for you, hold up, girl. Say what? Trees, 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 trees. till I'm